Tapi gimana kalau kita pindah tempat?
Ayo, boleh. Kita cari yang outdoor ya. Ayo.
Kalau di luar negeri itu ada LPS juga nggak sih?
Ada, tapi namanya bukan LPS. FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Jadi ada 100 negara di dunia yang punya program yang sama kayak LPS ini. Nah, mereka itu tergabung dari Asosiasi Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan Internasional. LPS hadir untuk
Menjamin simpanan di bank,
membuat kita tenang.
hati tentram.
LPS, sahabat nasabah Indonesia.
Among the millions of choice, this is the right step to shape a future that will help us all achieve our dreams in a highly dynamic economic environment and the vast world of boundless business opportunities. Together, we will discover a platform for our aspirations and ambitions to continuously develop, innovate, and adapt to every global change that occurs. With our extensive history, we have explored the rapidly changing world of economics and business. Guided by experienced educators and a wide network of collaboration and cooperation, we study relevant strategies to consistently find opportunities amidst all uncertainties. Proudly, we become part of the world-class achievements and reputation we have attained. This is a significant milestone in realizing our vision and mission in the immensely dynamic world of education. We have a strong determination to shape a generation that is prepared to face a future full of opportunities and challenges. Through 17 study programs divided into 3 department options: Department of Economics, Department of Management, and Department of Accounting. Our main objective is to instill values of courage and readiness within our students. This will enable them to enrich their deep understanding of relevant trends and strategies in facing global challenges. Our dedication to innovative and interactive modern education is evident through the high standards of education and facilities. We foster a campus environment that embraces the values of spirituality, inclusivity, environmental sustainability, entrepreneurship, and the richness of Indonesian culture. Additionally, we consistently expose our students to the dynamics of a competitive world and pressing social issues. By offering transformative experiences, we actively nurture the development of leadership qualities, equipping them with the essential skills to flourish in the future. With a strategic location in the city of Malang, an educational hub surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and diverse cultures, our learning journey will be enriched with limitless inspiration, adding vibrant hues to our remarkable learning experiences.
At the Faculty of Economics and Business, Brawijaya University, we strive to create an enchanting academic atmosphere and provide comprehensive facilities. Our institution is known for its remarkable achievements and reputations. We have a team of experienced faculty members who are dedicated to providing high-quality educations. Moreover, our curriculum is constantly updated to ensure that we stay one step ahead and provide the best learning experience. But that's not all. Join us and immerse yourself in the beauty of the academic journey in Malang, a city rich in culture and breathtaking natural wonders. Embrace a vibrant social life, explore cultural diversity, and strive for victory as a champion at the FEB UB. Join us, be part of our glorious success.
As an institution that has successfully nurtured generations of accomplished individuals in the realms of economics and business, we are steadfast in our commitment to becoming a pioneering and transformative institution in the field of economic and business education. With an esteemed international reputation and deep roots in Indonesian culture, we stand ready to make a significant impact. Join us on this remarkable future. The Faculty of Economics and Business, Brawijaya University.
Small changes can lead to greater goodness, successes, and a shift in perspective and self-awareness. Rouse people to action for education. Make a contribution to the nation's development. And this is the Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Brawijaya University. The Department of Economics is one of the departments in the Faculty of Economics and Business at Brawijaya University, which started offering academic programs in January 1963. With the vision to become a pioneer of higher education institutions in the field of economics, with an international reputation based on Indonesian culture.
Welcome to Economics Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Brawijaya.
We have 5 study programs from bachelor, master, and doctoral level. All of our study programs have been accredited, both national and international.
Economics, Finance, and Banking Bachelor Degree program is the only undergraduate level study program in Indonesia. Development Economics Bachelor Degree program has experience in creating and educating graduates of economic analysts in terms of policy, practical or applied, and digital aspects. Islamic Economics Bachelor Degree program has become a necessity for the majority population in Indonesia who focuses on Islamic law in running the economy and developing Islamic economics in Indonesia. The Master of Economics program has excellent accreditation at the national and international levels. Doctoral program in economics with a curriculum that has been specially designed with a combination of theoretical competence-based knowledge and applied economics, so that it is very suitable for the needs of academics and practitioners in the public and business sectors. Since the beginning of the existence of the Department of Economics, the Department of Economics has continued to develop and build achievements. Economics Department, Brawijaya University. Learn together, share to other.
Berawal dari mimpi, PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia Persero atau PT PII untuk menjadi entitas penggerak terpercaya dalam mendukung upaya akselerasi pengembangan infrastruktur dan pembangunan yang berkelanjutan melalui berbagai skema inovatif. Selain sebagai penyedia penjaminan infrastruktur, PT PII telah memperluas mandatnya, yaitu sebagai penyedia penjaminan kredit BUMN dan penjaminan korporasi dalam rangka pemulihan ekonomi nasional, serta menyediakan fasilitas penyiapan proyek dan pendampingan transaksi melalui penugasan dari Kementerian Keuangan Republik Indonesia. Menginjak tahun ke-13 saat ini, PT PII sebagai salah satu Special Mission Vehicles atau SMV Kementerian Keuangan memulai dengan semangat Beyond Infrastructure sesuai arah strategis PT PII di tahun 2023, yaitu memperluas kebermanfaatan dalam berbagai sektor maupun dalam tahapan proyek infrastruktur. Tahun 2023 menjadi tahun di mana PT PII dengan mandatnya dalam mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur melalui skema inovatif akan berfokus pada upaya perseroan memperbesar kebermanfaatan di masyarakat pada setiap lini usahanya. Hal ini didukung dengan berbagai strategi dan program perseroan di tahun 2023, khususnya dalam arah pengembangan perseroan untuk melakukan enhancement dan diversifikasi bisnis dalam rangka memberikan nilai tambah yang lebih besar bagi masyarakat dan negara, di mana perseroan akan memperluas jangkauan penjaminan di luar infrastruktur. Hal tersebut sesuai dengan visi PII, yaitu menjadi entitas penggerak yang terpercaya dalam mendukung upaya akselerasi pengembangan infrastruktur dan pembangunan yang berkelanjutan oleh pemerintah melalui berbagai skema inovatif. Melalui kolaborasi dan kerjasama intensif dengan berbagai kementerian atau lembaga dan pemerintah daerah sampai dengan usia yang ke-13 ini, PT PII telah memberikan total 48 penjaminan pada sektor jalan, air minum, telekomunikasi, ketenaga listrikan, pariwisata, transportasi, dan konservasi energi, yaitu 32 penjaminan pada proyek dengan skema KPBU, 12 penjaminan kredit BUMN, penjaminan korporasi dalam rangka PEN, dan telah memberikan 9 fasilitas penyiapan proyek dan pendampingan transaksi yang saat ini sedang aktif. Melalui IIGF Institute, PT PII juga menyediakan Knowledge Center, Research and Outreach terkait pembiayaan infrastruktur atau KPBU sebagai penguatan ekosistem pembangunan melalui keterlibatan stakeholder dalam aktivitas peningkatan kapasitas dan penguatan kelembagaan. Melalui mandat yang telah dijalankan, PT PII berkomitmen untuk senantiasa mendukung penerapan skema pembiayaan inovatif sebagai upaya berkelanjutan dalam mendorong transformasi ekonomi dan dapat memberikan manfaat yang sebesar-besarnya untuk masyarakat Indonesia. PT PII Beyond Infrastructure.
Geliat roda ekonomi dan pembangunan di Timur Jawa yang terus berkembang dan tumbuh di setiap era, mulai dari era konvensional dan kini menjadi digital, membuat semua menjadi mudah, selalu dalam genggaman dan mewujudkan impian, membuat semua kebutuhan dan memberi kemudahan dalam akses layanan perbankan adalah tujuan kami. Sejak 1961, di sini, kami berkomitmen, berasaskan cita-cita tinggi, keutuhan, dan tekad yang bulat. Berkembang menjadi yang aman dan terpercaya. Dengan 48 kantor cabang, 841 ATM, dan lebih dari 2.900 agen jatim yang tersebar di penjuru negeri. Bersama, kami selalu beradaptasi dan berinovasi. Agar selalu dapat mendampingi, layaknya burung kehidupan yang membawa kemuliaan. Demi membantu membangun Jawa Timur menjadi poros ekonomi Indonesia. Berbagai tantangan tak akan buat kami berhenti. memberikan kenyamanan di segala kesempatan. Karena di setiap kepakan sayap kami, tercipta harapan untuk wujudkan senyuman. Kami di sini hadir untuk melayani, selalu membersamai, meraih setiap mimpi, kemarin, kini, dan nanti.
Maaf, kamu Gina ya?
Bowo.
Gina!
Gilian
Sabar!
Long time no see.
Lama banget. Kamu sendiri?
Pada acara untuk yang kedua kalinya di BEFIC, Brawijaya Economics and Finance International Conference. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Brawijaya, Bapak Abdul Gofar SEMSI, DBA AK, and all the staff faculty. Head of Department of Economics, Dr. Rerpol Very Prasetya, and all department staff, Chief Executive of the second BEFIC, Ibu Laila Masruro Pimada, SEMSEI, our beloved co-host, Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Udayana, Universitas Siliwangi, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, and also Universitas Islam Negeri Malang, Maulana Malik Ibrahim. Our valued sponsorship, PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, Lembaga Penjaminan Simpanan, and Bank Jatim, and all invited guests, speakers, presenters, and all participants. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Arsih Amalia, or you can call me Lia, and I will be your master of ceremony for this event. On behalf of this organization, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the guests to the second BEFIC, Brawijaya Economic and Finance International Conference from Ideas to Impact, Advancing Inclusive Development and Equality through Innovative Economic Finance and Business. Give applause to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is an annual event of Economic Department, Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Brawijaya. This brings together academic, economics, policymaker, and private sectors representatives to discuss variety of important issues. Starting this event, I would like to invite you to sing Indonesia National Anthem. So then, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to stand up. Thank you, and please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before going to main event, we will have Malang traditional art. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bapang dance is a dance that uses mass attributes. The mass used is one of the figures the Malang mask, namely Bapang. The Bapang mask is characterized by its red color, sharp nose, and wide eyes. This characteristic make the Bapang dance different from other mask dances. The movement of this dance rely on two factors, namely firm movements and the rhythm of the music. Without take any longer, please welcome Bapang traditional dance. Such a marvelous entertainment. So once again, please give applause to Bapang Dance or Tari Bapang. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to opening this conference with the welcome remarks. So please welcome Dr. Rerpol Ferry Prastya as head of the Department of Economic Universitas Brawijaya.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. The Excellency, our keynote speech, Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, represented by Professor Chandra Fajri Ananda, the special staff of the Ministry of Finance for Regional Fiscal Affairs, and the Honorable Associate Professor Abdul Gofar, the Dean, and also the Vice Dean, and our professor, our lecturer, our distinguished speaker, our outstanding partner organizer PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, Dr. Andre, our sponsorship, LPS, and Bank Jatim, our co-host, head of Bank Indonesia and OJK, Financial Service Authority, and organized committee, our college, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to report on the activity of the second BEFIC, Brawijaya Economics Finance International Conference, which held in this building and in today and tomorrow. This conference is organized by the Department of Economic, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Brawijaya, which attracts over than 100 participants from various university, institutions, and countries. The theme of the conference is Ideas to Impact, Advancing Inclusive Development and Equality Through Innovation, Economics, Finance, and Business. This conference aims to provide a platform for researchers, academician, practitioner, and also policymaker. And research finding in here and expertise experience. The conference featured of the keynote speech from the Ministry of Finance, as well as 3 panel sessions with 9 distinguished speakers from various countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Australia, the United Kingdom, and Spain. And we also have 14 hybrid sessions running in parallel. The parallel session covered a wide range of topics related to economics, finance, and business. This conference provides platform for participants to exchange ideas, learn from each other, and establish new collaboration. This is consistent with our motto, learning together, share with others. We would like to express our gratitude to the keynote speech Professor Chandra Fajri Ananda, our moderator, partner organizer, PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, sponsorship, Deposit of Insurance Corporation, and Bank Jatim, co-host, University of Udayana, University of Surabaya, UIN Malang, and And also for the presenter, participant, and the organizing committee for their contribution and support, making the conference a success. Thank you for your attention, and please accept our apologies for your shortcoming the course. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much Bapak Ferry Prasetya for the welcome remarks. Next, we will have the opening remarks. So please welcome Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Brawijaya, Bapak Abdul Gofar, PhD. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, wishes to all of us. The Honorable our keynote speakers, Sri Mulyani Indrawati, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, but today represented by Professor Chandra Fajri Ananda, Special Staff of Minister of Finance and for Regional Fiscal Affairs. Our distinguished speakers, Pak Andre, we have Alex, far away from Monash, Pak Monash Jakarta, Andrea. Our partner organizers, I see some here from Bank Muamalat Institute, BSI Institute, the Dean from the UIN Malang. I see also Pak Samsun Hadi from Bank Indonesia, Pak Samsun Hadi from Bank Indonesia, the head of the economic departments, Brawijaya University, Pak Ferry, and ladies and gentlemen, the participants of BEFIC, that's very difficult to pronounce. First of all, I would like to express my warmly welcome all of you to the second Brawijaya Economics and Finance International Conference with the theme. It is a very big theme, I think, the topics, because the topic is ideas to impact advancing inclusive development and equality through innovative economics and finance and business. Actually, this annual event hosted by the Economics Department of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Brawijaya University, brings together, as mentioned by Pak Ferry, brings together academicians, economists, policymakers, and representatives from the private sector to discuss a variety of important issues. And I think this today or this year, the topic touches a very current issues in our economic and business, and also related to all aspects of business and economics. For hundreds of years, we believe that the natural resources and the accumulation of capital is the two key drivers of economic growth. But then what happened, we realized, I think last three decades, we realized that it's not all the aspect of the growth. We face many problems because we done excessive exploitation of our natural resources, and we realized that it's not renewable resources. And then what happened then, the consequences is that many energy that we use actually produce the carbon, and the carbon is very harmful to our environments. So then we're thinking how to deal with this. And moreover, in addition, that our generation, our population is getting older. The growth is still, there is a growth in our populations, but the growth is very small compared to the last 4 decades ago. And then we realize also that our population is getting older. So the business and the economician then come out with the magic word of innovations. If I define innovation is that we adopt and develop technology and develop the human resources as the backbone to sustain the economic growth. This is what we call innovations. Like what we see in Japan and Korea, this is evidence that countries without abundance of natural resources, they can be a developed countries. But many of the very rich natural resources countries are still a developing countries. So this is an evidence that natural resources or accumulation of capital is not sources of the sustainable economic growth. So, but then the innovation, although it is a keyword of the sustained economic growth, is there is no magic word actually. There are still many problems with the innovations. For example, if we concern with innovation, we have to invest much on research and development. We have to invest much on the human capability and skillful workers. But not all countries are ready to invest much, and they have many capabilities to invest in research and development. So the issues of the inclusivity and the issues of equality then raised against. So today's topics actually is very important, and also we need shared experience and ideas how to deal with this. We know that innovation is the source of growth, but then if we are not ready to invest in research and development and human development, then the other problems will come up. So I think because we gather a lot of academicians and practitioners from Indonesia and also the foreign countries, we will learn how to solve that problems. And I believe and confident that this discussion will act as a catalyst of the positive change. Finally, I would like to express my thankful to all the participants and the sponsorship for your contribution of the conference, and we can advance the frontier of knowledge and contribute to more inclusive and equitable world if we work together. Again, thank you very much, and wish you all a fruitful and inspiring Brawijaya Economics and Finance International Conference, BEFIC. Again, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, and please stay on stage for Bapak Gofar, because next we will have the appreciation session. So that I would like to invite our co-host partner. First, please welcome Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Udayana, Dr. Iputu Sudana. And also Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, Dr. Misbahul Munir. Next, Fakulti Economic and Business Universitas Siliwangi, Ibu Tiara Pradani, and the representative of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Ibu Laila Masruro Pimada SEMSEI. Please welcome on stage to the appreciation session. Okay, please give applause to this collaboration between the faculty for the better future and generation. Thank you so much for the support. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-host partner of this event. from Universitas Udayana, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Universitas Siliwangi, and also Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim. Once again, please give applause to all the co-host partner for this event. Thank you. And please all the team, we can take the picture together. Bapak Dekan and all the co-host partner. Okay, thank you so much and you can back to your seat. Okay, join this session also. Thank you so much Pak Ferry, terima kasih. Okay, thumbs up maybe please, Bapak dan Ibu. Okay, FEB keren, cool. Okay, thank you so much because Pak Ferry already on stage. Next, please give the appreciation session to the sponsor Pak Ferry. So then I would like to invite the sponsor or partner organizer. Please welcome Bapak Andre Permana PhD as a creative financing for infrastructure development from PT PII Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia. Selamat datang, please welcome. And also Bapak Muhammad Rifki PhD. Silakan Bapak, please. From Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation or LPS, Lembaga Penjaminan Simpanan. Oke, representatif by Bapak Dias. And also representative of Bank Jatim, Ibu Citra Rahayu Indraswari, SEIM SEI. Please welcome. And Pak Ferry, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as part of this event, I want to express my deep appreciation for the support that has been given. I hope this good collaboration will even better in the future. Sekali lagi terima kasih dari PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, Lembaga Penjaminan Simpanan, serta Bank Jatim as a partner of this event. Okay, and we will have photo session. Thank you so much and can back to your seat. Terima kasih. Thank you Pak Ferry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next we will have the keynote speaker. We will watch the keynote speech of the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, which in this case will be delivered by Professor Chandra Fajri Ananda, a special staff of the Minister of Finance for the formulation of sectoral fiscal policy. So, please welcome Professor Chandra Fajri Ananda.
Ganti kacamata dulu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to apologize, especially to Pak Dekan, because at the same time, actually, last week I have been with meeting with Bu Sri Mulyani, and she is still committed coming to Malang or maybe tapping. But under the circumstance of the political situation in Indonesia, and I think this is rather difficult actually for the minister leaving Jakarta for a long time, and I think now the meeting from all ministers already in IKN today. So I hope that I can represent her And this is my job as the Special Minister for Advisor Regional Development and also regional issues. So, first of all, I would like to honorable to Pak Dekan for inviting the Minister of Finance coming and joining in this and giving the keynote speech, and also Dr. Alex Lexner. So when I saw your name, that was, I think this is German name. And I heard this morning that your father is coming from Germany. Although you speak German not so good, you said. But your mother Japanese. This is very interesting one. The other one I would like to thank Bapak Andre Permana and the Business Director of PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, and other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and participants, especially Pak Kadep, Pak Dr. Ferry. So I would like to share the information of the recent economic development in Indonesia and also the world economy situation right now. So we will try with slide number 3. So the challenges of the global economy have not subsided even after the pandemic has ended. In the short time, these challenges include higher for longer interest rates, increasing geopolitical tension in Europe and Asia, China's economic slowdown, and rising debt in several major countries. In addition to these short-term challenges, the global economy is also facing long-term challenges such as global economic and political fragmentation, climate change, and digitalization. I hope that my slides can be run. In 2023 and 2024, the global economy is estimated to grow by 3%. The inflation rate is expected to remain relatively high at 6.8% in 2023 and 5.2% in the following year, 2024. Meanwhile, the domestic economy is also facing various significant challenges, including informality, a slowdown in manufacturing performance, and the adoption of the digital technology. Amidst the global economic turndown, Indonesia's economy remained resilient. In the second quarter 2023, the Indonesian economy grew by 5.17% year-on-year, supported by strong consumption and still robust export performance. Geographically, Indonesia's economic growth is distributed even across all regions. While Java and Sumatra continue to be the economic epicenters of the nation, economic activity in the eastern region of Indonesia is steadily growing, aided by natural resource downstreaming policies. Indonesia's economic resilience is also bolstered by prudent and effective fiscal policy. In the slide 5, despite facing numerous challenges, both the global and domestic economy also have several opportunities that can be harnessed. Some of these opportunities come from technology and innovation as well as the digital economy. In the digital economy issue, Indonesia, as one of the countries with the largest population in the world, has immense potential in the digital economy. With its large population, a tech-savvy young generation, and a significant number of urban residents, Indonesia is well positioned to thrive in the digital economy sector. Slide 7. The number of cellular mobile users in Indonesia has reached 353.8 million, with 212 million of them also being internet users. Additionally, there are 167 million active social media users in Indonesia. In terms of usage duration, the average Indonesian spend 7 hours per day in the internet. This is maybe our student, the teacher now. In the slide 8, the potential at hand has not been fully utilized due to various challenges. One of these challenges is the existence of areas that still lack internet access coverage. Furthermore, the internet speed in Indonesia also needs improvement. Slide 9. Another challenge is that the IT sector is still concentrated in Java. As the result, the distribution and completion of strategic digital infrastructure will have substantial impact of the growth of this information and communication technology. In turn, will have multiplier effect on the other sector, primarily in services. To address these challenges, the government is implementing various strategies and policies, primarily through the development of digital technology information with the hope of facilitating access to the digital economy. Slide 10. The improvement of access is also expected to support the acceleration of stakeholder access to the digital economy and the utilization of financial services. These are for main stakeholders with crucial roles in supporting the digital economy, encouraging micro, small, and medium enterprises to operate online, assisting farmers and fishermen in adopting and utilizing digital technology to enhance productivity and expand sales, accelerating the growth of middle-up startups to engage with major global investors, and implementing the e-commerce roadmap in collaboration with all relevant stakeholders. How is the reform for economic inclusion in Indonesia? In the slide 12. Indonesia has consistently managed to learn valuable lessons from crisis. After the ASEAN financial crisis in 1998, the economy underwent significant structural reform. This crisis provided essential insight that paved the way of building a strong economic foundation, enabling faster and sustainable growth. Slide 12. For instance, the ASEAN financial crisis of 1998 provided valuable lessons for building a strong economic foundation to achieve faster and sustainable growth. Following that ASEAN crisis, the government consistently implemented various structural reforms aimed at strengthening Indonesia's economic fundamentals. Slide 13. Comprehensive structural reform have been undertaken to enhance productivity and boost the competitiveness of investment and export through various regulatory implementation. This includes the Omnibus Law on Job Creation, which has created a more favorable business and investment environment, fiscal reform at maintaining fiscal resilience and performance, and the Omnibus Law on the financial sectors, which aim to strengthen and deepen the financial sectors. Slide 14. The various reforms being implemented are expected to drive Indonesia toward becoming a net funds and high-income country by the year 2045. Accelerating economic growth necessitates structural reform, including enhancing the quality of human resource to foster an economic structure characterized by high added value, environmental sustainability, and inclusivity, ultimately realizing the vision forward Indonesia 2045 with the average growth target over 6 to 7%. In the slide 15, one of the areas that needs improvement is inclusivity, especially in the financial sectors. The Financial Inclusion Index is on the rise both for account ownership and account usage. However, financial inclusion index is still relatively lower than other countries. Several initiatives are required to accelerate financial inclusion, aiming to reach the target of 80% for account ownership and 90% for account usage by 2024. How about the fiscal policy to support economic transformation? Indonesia has Vision 2045, where the country aims to become an advanced nation. In this period, Indonesia envisions having the world's third largest economy in terms of GDP per capita, reaching $23,199 per capita, with a low unemployment rate less than 4%. The economic structure is expected to be more productive. The country should possess good technological adaptation capabilities, with banking assets at 200% of GDP, pension fund asset at 60% of GDP, insurance asset at 20% of GDP, stock market capitalization at 120% of GDP, and financial inclusion at 98%. In the slide 18, fiscal policy aimed to support Indonesia 2045 vision are directed toward fostering more inclusive and sustainable economic growth. The focus is on reducing the human capital gap across regions, addressing infrastructure deficiencies, and closing institutional gaps. The goal is to enhance productivity through economic transformation characterized by higher productivity, greater added value, and environmental sustainability. Slide 19. To achieve these goals, fiscal policy has been prudently managed to support both stability and growth. Prior to the COVID-19 outbreak, the government consistently kept the fiscal deficit below 3% of GDP. In response to the pandemic crisis, Indonesia temporarily relaxed the fiscal rule to allow fiscal deficit above 3% of GDP for a 3-year period, and this year is the last year. In 2022, Indonesia successfully reduced the fiscal deficit to below 3% of GDP. Compared to many other countries, Indonesia is among the few that have managed the fiscal deficit to below 3% of GDP. Additionally, Indonesia's debt to GDP ratio is among the lowest and has been trending down since 2022. So we are hoping that through this conference, the understanding of the people for the fiscal policy from the government, and we are trying to keep Indonesia economy still good, and we are hoping that in 2024, the election will be safely and peace. There is no conflict between party and also between people in Indonesia. Thank you for the attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Prof. Chandra, and please stay on stage because we will have a photo documentation. So that I would like to invite all the speakers. Please welcome Dr. Alec Lehner from Monash University, Bapak Andre Primandi, PhD from PPI or Creative Financing and Infrastructure Development, Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Business Universitas Brawijaya, Head and Secretary of Department Economics, and also Bapak Muhammad Rifki, PhD from LPS. Please come on stage to photo documentation or photo session. Please welcome. And we also invited the representative of Bank Indonesia Malang, BPS Malang, Muamalat Institute Jakarta, BSI Institute, IIGF, Bapeda Kabupaten Malang, OJK Malang, all the co-hosts and also the sponsorship. Again, please welcome the representative of Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Udayana, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Universitas Siliwangi, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, and also from PPI LPS again and Bang Jatim. Please welcome to photo documentation or photo session. Please give the best smell of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Again, cheers. And please show your thumbs up. Good. Thank you so much, and please come back to your seat. Okay, give applause to all the supporters of this event, ladies and gentlemen. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, next we will have the panel discussion session part 1, which will be led by Bapak Dias Satria, SAMAP, PhD. Before the event start, allow me to read Bapak Dias' portfolio. Pak Dias, or well known as Mas Dosen, experienced in creative economics and data science enthusiast with 14 years of teaching and researching experience. He is an author of 7 books and worked with major clients such as Bank Indonesia and OJK or Financial Services Authority. His expertise has been recognized with several awards throughout his career. Currently, he is a lecturer and head of economics, finance, and banking at Universitas Brawijaya. He is also a representative for business incubation at Indonesian Creative City Network. His focus is on data analytics, smart cities, and the creative economy. His educational background are bachelor degree from economics, Universitas Brawijaya, Master of Applied Economics, International Trade and Finance, University of Adelaide, and Doctor of Philosophy, Agriculture, Food and Wine, University of Adelaide University. His work experience as head of the Center of Innovation Universitas Brawijaya from 2022 until present. And he is also the head of Economics, Finance, and Banking Department Economic Universitas Brawijaya, Senior Lecturer Universitas Brawijaya, Business Incubation Representative, Indonesian Creativity City Network. Before inviting Mas Dosen, let me give you Samparian or Malang traditional song. Okay? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Anjaja deso milangkori sinau bareng nang Brawijaya ono Mas Dosen jago ekonomi yuk bareng sinau kerja ben bejo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dias Satria PhD.
Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tadi Mbak MC-nya membuat saya tidak bisa berjalan di tanah ya, jadi mengudara. Baik, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much for all the audience and also the Dean, Pak Samsun from Bank Indonesia, Prof. Chandra, Pak Ferry, Department of Economics, all the speakers, distinguished speakers for today, and all the guests from Bank Muamalat, UIN, BSI, and BPS and all the participants. Thank you very much. We are very happy today because we have a really big conference, the international conference, the BEFIC, Brawijaya Economic and Finance International Conference. So give an applause for Department of Economics, Brawijaya. Today, we have a really interesting topic about the evolving economies, innovative approach to sustainable development equity. And we have distinguished speakers from 3 institutions. So we are pleased to welcome the first Muhammad Nil from Kemenparekraf, the next Alex Lehner from the Monash University, then Pak Andre Permana from Penjaminan Infrastructure. So please come to the stage to all the speakers. So we give an applause to them. Right, and we also have one speaker from Kemenparekraf, Pak Muhammad Nil, that will join in a Zoom meeting today. So it's really interesting, as mentioned with Prof. Chandra, as a representative of the Ministry of Finance, Indonesia, I think Indonesia has really big perspective of our economy. If we look at the demography, the economic growth, and also the contribution of the fiscal policy. And something that really interesting mentioned before is about the digital economy, how this will give an impact to our economy, because we have a lot of young people that can contribute to our economic growth. And today we will have 3 speakers. Before that, I will read the curriculum vitae. Okay. Mr. Alex Lehner, how are you? Mr. Alex from the Monash University, yeah? Not Monash, yeah? It's a Monash, so different with Monash, yeah, Pak? Yeah, Alex Lehner's born in Melbourne, right? Yeah. So you're born in Melbourne, and he is a landscape ecologist and professor teaching on the Masters in Urban Design at the Monash University, Indonesia in Jakarta. So welcome to Malang. I think this is the first time you come to Malang, yeah? And have you tried bakso, Pak Alex? Yeah.
Maaf, sorry, I'm a vegetarian.
Okay. Yeah. Pak Alex, your bachelor degree in Queensland in the Brisbane, and then the Master of Applied Science in RMIT University of Melbourne, Victoria, and the PhD also in RMIT, Victoria, Australia. And you also have a postgraduate certificate in higher education in University of Nottingham, Malaysia. Okay, so thank you very much for coming to this conference, Alex. And then the next we have Pak Andre Permana. Selamat pagi, Pak Andre. Pak Andre Permana adalah Direktur Eksekutif Bisnis dari PT Penjaminan Infrastructure Indonesia, dan beliau sekolah S1 dan S2 Pak ya di Teknik Sipil, dan juga melanjutkan PhD di Nanyang Technology University and finished in 2012. And also he continued his professions before in constructions and project development infrastructure. So you are financing some of the infrastructures in Indonesia, including also the fast train from Bandung Jakarta. So okay, so give applause to Pak Alex and Pak Andre, yeah. And also audience, we also have Pak Muhammad Nil Himam. Can we call Pak Nil? Halo Pak Nil. Hope Pak Nil join in the Zoom meeting. Pak Nil from Deputy Bidang Ekonomi Digital and Product Creative. Okay, this is Pak Nil. Thank you very much. Pak Nil has a bachelor degree in Mechanical Engineering, University of Manitoba, Canada, and also he did his master degree in Industrial Engineering North Carolina State University. Ini sekolahnya Michael Jordan ya, North Carolina. Okay, so it's really interesting because he also will explains about the creative economy in Indonesia. Okay, before we start, which one do you want to start for presents? Alex, okay. You have 30 minutes for presenting. You can stand up or just sitting. It's up to you. So please take your time.
Thank you very much. And thank you first to the organizing committee, the University Brawijaya for the invitation. Unfortunately, I'm only here for a short time. Malang looks very beautiful. My hotel is definitely very beautiful. The university is very nice. So it's a real pleasure to be here. It was a real pleasure maybe a few months ago to have colleagues from University Brawijaya to join us at Monash University near Jakarta. So I'd just like to thank all the various people, and apologies if I get names wrong and orders correct. So first, of course, Professor Chandra, Professor Ferry, Professor Andre, Abdul, and all the partner organizations and the host university and all the other distinguished guests. So today, I know everyone's in economics and finance. So my background is in ecology and the environment. But what we know is the challenge of ecology, the challenge of climate change, the challenge of biodiversity will not be solved only by conservation scientists. It's really critical that we have business and finance working together on this global challenge. So my presentation is on green innovation economies, advancing environmental sustainability, and reducing inequity. I'm focusing on this thing called nature-based solutions. So at Monash University, Indonesia, we take a global perspective to solving Indonesian challenges. So the hope is that maybe in 5 or 10 years, that you would be very knowledgeable about this idea of nature-based solutions. So just quickly to say, Monash University, Indonesia, we have a new campus. We're part of, the government's new initiative around bringing foreign universities to Indonesia. We're the first foreign campus in Indonesia. And Monash University is part of a network of global campuses across, I think, 5 or 6 countries and 8 campuses. So next slide. So hopefully everyone's aware, but I'm going to start by just setting the scene of our great global challenge of this generation, the challenge which we must solve in order for all these other elements of prosperity and so forth. So you probably all know climate change is a huge issue. The last 9 years are the hottest on record. It's irrefutable that we are going through this massive climate change challenge. So at the Paris 2015, the world agreed to limiting global temperature rise to preferably 1.5 degrees. However, 2 degrees was the worst case scenario. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're on track to reach 2.5 to 3 degrees of warming, which in turn is going to cause all these great challenges in terms of natural disasters, such as flooding, such as drought, such as sea level rise, coastal impacts, urban heat island effects, and so forth. And Indonesia is especially at risk in terms of all the countries in the world. The challenge is even greater for Indonesia. So what does that mean? That means transformational change is required. So transformational change across all sectors, from industry to transport, to the way we build our cities, the way we build our country, all throughout our supply chain will we have to look at these. So Indonesia is especially an important player around climate change, as it's the 7th largest greenhouse gas emitter in the world. So it's really critical that Indonesia is on board in order for us to address this climate change challenge. So next slide, please. So as I was saying, Indonesia is especially vulnerable to climate change. So these are some figures on the left, just in terms of the economic impact of some of the natural disasters in the ASEAN region. For example, if we look at floods, 12% of all of ASEAN is exposed to floods, 84 million people, 926 billion in terms of exposure. If we look at droughts, 15 to 25% of Southeast Asian populations live in drought hotspots with a 52 billion average economic losses. So over time, while Indonesia is challenged to address inequities and prosperity of its communities, many of these climate change challenges are going to have a much greater impact. And one of the key issues is that climate change disproportionately affects our most vulnerable communities. So our most vulnerable communities, for example, they can't access air conditioning, for example. They're using natural ventilation. So when we have a heat wave, they're the ones that are most at risk. Our vulnerable communities tend to, for example, our informal settlements tend to be found within our floodplain areas. They're areas where people normally don't want to build, and they're the ones who will be impacting. And so climate change really threatens all the advancements Indonesia has made in terms of poverty reduction and so forth. And I know that the Indonesian government is aware of this. So if we think about Indonesia as a country, it's ranked in the top third of countries in terms of climate change risk, with high exposures to flooding and extreme heat, vulnerable to sea level rise with the country ranked 5th highest globally in terms of our populations in coastal areas. And living in Greater Jakarta, I know that flooding is a huge issue, for example. So next slide. So as well as the climate change crises, we also have another crisis, which is the biodiversity crisis. All across the world, we're losing our forests, our ecosystems, our really critical species, our tigers, our orangutan, and so on, to deforestation, to impacts on the quality of our natural ecosystems. As an example, globally, around 47% of our natural ecosystems have declined. In Indonesia, for example, Indonesia has lost millions of hectares of forest from 2000 to 2018 and continues, though this is slowing down. Next slide. So when I look across Indonesia, and there is a range of challenges that we have. We have urban challenges, for example, flooding. Our cities are too hot. We have atmospheric, water and plastic pollution. If we look within our natural areas, we have challenge around balancing palm oil agriculture with natural forests. For example, we have biodiversity loss, we have peatland degradation, and we have, of course, haze impacting on our population. All these challenges, of course, will have huge impacts on the population, from healthcare, required for atmospheric pollution and so forth. Indonesia is also super exciting in terms of our transition to the green economy. for example, Sulawesi. Sulawesi has, the highest amount, or Indonesia has the highest amount of nickel resources in the world. And nickel is one of these critical minerals, these transition minerals, but also in Sulawesi, we have coal mining as well. So all these coal resources. So this transition, this economic transition from moving from our coal mining to nickel mining and all the related businesses that follow, such as the production of batteries, for example, is going to have a huge impact, a massive change. And just as an example, across the world, if we look, this is just one example of one of the changes for Indonesia. If we look across the world at where coal mining has been stopped, we can see northern UK, coal mining stopped maybe around the Thatcher period in the 1970s. Is still an impoverished region. The Appalachians in the US is still an impoverished region from the loss of their coal mining industry. So there's potentially massive changes that's going to occur on the ground. And then globally, Indonesia has challenges around population growth, inequity, and overconsumption. Next slide. So when we think about climate change, there are two things to think about. So we have mitigation and we have adaptation, and we have to do both. So mitigation means reducing the total amount of emissions, of greenhouse gas emissions. That's our CO2. We have adaptation, because adaptation is the fact that we've accepted that there will be a challenge of a future where we're living in with hotter temperatures, we're living with more natural disasters, and adaptation is the way we change, for example, our cities, our economy in response to this future. So when we think about mitigation, there are two options. We have the reducing emissions, such as becoming more efficient in terms of our transport systems. The other aspect could be around converting to renewable energy. So both of these are already in the sights of the Indonesian government, but perhaps this is a huge area, emerging area of focus, perhaps for researchers and hopefully for the government. And the key, if we think about the context of inequities, when we're doing all those massive things that are required for Indonesia to not be the 7th largest greenhouse gas emitter, we need to think about this thing called the just transition. So the just transition is about planned, equitable shift from carbon intensive to clean energy economy, ensuring vulnerable populations are not left behind and benefit from the transition. So a great example of this is in Sulawesi, where we have this change, where we're hoping to shut down coal power generators, we're hoping to stop mining, but what's going to happen to these communities? These communities, will they be left behind? Next slide, please. So, great. I think as a foreign person working in Indonesia, I feel very optimistic and impressed by the current direction of the government. I'm guessing a lot of this is high level in terms of, an ambition to be very strong on climate change. I think especially for a country as large as Indonesia, with such a large population, the devil will be in the detail, we say. So it'll be what happens on the ground that's the challenge. So Indonesia's fantastic. It's committed to net zero by 2060. Jakarta as a city has committed to net zero by 2050, which is like some developed countries. Indonesia is committed to deforestation, to stopping deforestation by 2030. That's still a little complicated and fantastic. Well done to Indonesia has introduced a carbon trading policy to reduce emissions. My own country, we introduced a carbon trading policy quite some time ago, but the government wasn't strong, so they got kicked out, and we no longer have a carbon trading policy. So Indonesia is ahead of Australia in that respect. So some really fantastic initiatives taking place in the Indonesian context. Next slide. So, as an ecologist, this is my thesis, my argument, and globally this is where we're looking. So nature has a big role to play in both carbon change adaptation and carbon change mitigation. Climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. And the language we use is called ecosystem services. So these are the benefits provided by nature to humans. So these range from the supporting services. So without nature, we have no atmosphere, for example. The regulating services, things like flood management, like carbon sequestration, like urban heat island mitigation, to provisioning services such as our agriculture, such as our timber, for example, and finally our cultural services, our forests, our green parks and so on, that are just critical for spiritual value, for example. Next. So ecosystem services represent the non-engineered solution to climate change adaptation and mitigation. So the idea being that we can build machines to suck up the CO2, or we can plant trees as the example. We can build dams to prevent flooding, or we can plant trees to reduce runoff. So the hope is that people within business and finance see this idea of ecosystem services as a potential solution to mitigating climate change. And this is what we see all across the world in terms of a movement to nature-based solutions. So next slide. So we know globally already that ecosystem services provide huge benefits to the population. Just as an example, this is from the 1990s, where a person from the US Forest Services calculated the true value of nature. So, which is in terms of the benefits for people, in terms of, the cultural services, in terms of the joy they get from being around nature, in terms of preventing runoff, erosion, and so forth. And he calculated it way back in the 1990s as 2,755 US. So the World Bank calculated that over half of global GDP is generated by industries dependent on ecosystem services. Another researcher, very famous, calculated the estimated value of ecosystem services at 145 trillion per year, twice the value of global GDP. Next slide. So around the world, so we have the challenge, which is climate change and biodiversity loss and all these other interlinked environmental challenges. We have the mechanism to fix those challenges, which potentially is nature. And the solution, and this is the term being used around the world, are called nature-based solutions. So you'll see across Europe, they're investing many, many hundreds of millions in terms of developing nature-based solutions. So these represent the actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystems. Sorry. So these NBS for short, they effectively and adaptively simultaneously provide human well-being and biodiversity benefits. So nature-based solutions, unlike grey infrastructure solutions, what they provide is more than a single benefit. So while a dam, for example, that prevents flooding only does one thing, prevents flooding, trees, on the other hand, that reduce flooding will also provide parks, will provide timber, will provide a range of fantastic values. Do I still have to? Good. It feels very long. Thank you. Next slide. So what do ecosystem services look like? So they range from hybrid infrastructure, which are things such as green roofs, for example, green walls. I guess a lot of people have seen Singapore, and with all these fantastic examples of where nature is part of the built environment. The top left is a picture from the UK. It's called the Insect Hotel. These are habitat provided to support insects, because insects, for example, they're important for pollination. Without pollination, we have no agriculture. I don't think Indonesia's ready for insect hotels yet. But of course, what we have are things like our rivers, our riparian areas. We also have our forest areas, which are critical resources, and we can see Indonesia is now really making the most of that with its carbon trading schemes, seeing this as a valuable business opportunity in terms of supporting other nations, like places like Europe, where they've completely destroyed the natural environment, unlike Indonesia. Next slide. So if we think about the economics, how this fits into business and economics and finance, a key concept that we can take is that of the circular economy. So this is a movement of where we're going from take, make to dispose. And dispose means disposing in terms of our waste areas, in our rivers, in landfill, but also dispose in terms of fossil fuels, where we're disposing the emissions when we drive our cars and transport into the atmosphere. So what we're moving hopefully towards is this circular economy, where we're starting with the resource extraction, moving to design, to manufacturing, to distribution, use, recovery. And the hope is that we don't move to waste. We keep materials within the circular economy, and we reduce the amount of waste. We design out waste and pollution. We keep products and materials in use, longer lifespans, innovative ways to ensure that we don't dispose of things prematurely. We also support regenerating natural systems, so non-toxic, no impact to natural systems. And of course, this includes renewable energy. And for business, the fundamental thing, I said climate change is to address climate change at the start. We have to fundamentally change our economy, our society, the way our technology. So circular economy is part of that model for fundamentally changing our economy. A classic example of this would be Uber and Gojek and so on, where we're moving from, instead of all owning cars, we all rent cars. Another example in the future could be we could just be renting phones rather than buying new phones. And the reason why that's good, of course, is it's in the best interest of that manufacturer for that phone to last forever, if they actually own the phone. But if they're just selling phones, if that's their only business, it's the best interest of them for the phone to break down, so you'll buy a new phone. Next slide. So I think this is my second to last slide. So this is where I'm hopefully bringing it together. So there's a key need for ecologists like myself and people in business and finance to collaborate, because the knowledge and understanding of how nature can help the economy is still very new. There's less knowledge in the Indonesian context. So much of our ecological knowledge, our mechanisms and so forth come from the global north, come from the UK, come from Europe. Of course, Indonesia's forests are completely unique to Indonesia. They're the most important forests in the world. It's really fantastic. However, we need a greater ecological understanding that links with our business understanding. So there are huge knowledge gaps and awareness. We need demonstration projects supported by the best physical and social science, intern which is supported by great financial models and mechanisms for these projects. We need an evidence base for the benefits and trade-offs. So if we want to make the case that we would rather not have grey infrastructure and we would like to replace that with nature, we need to understand what's the economic benefit, what's the business case for doing that. That's a huge challenge. And the issue is, a lot of that knowledge is based on Europe, is based on temperate climates. It's not based on that tropical understanding. And we need equity between beneficiaries. So who benefits? We need this just transition is critical. So where I am in Indonesia, I'm in a lovely new planned development. It's a gated community. We have lovely trees and nature and so forth. However, the people in the unplanned communities don't get that same benefit. So there's huge issues around environmental justice. And we need support from institutions and stakeholders, cross-sector institutional level support, from high levels of government to communities to local government, who are the actual people implementing these projects. Because the answer is a series of millions and millions of small projects, infrastructure projects, to address this massive issue. And finally, we need finance. We need mechanisms for leveraging finance. And there are, for example, a global UN green funding agreements, but we need local mechanisms, and we're seeing them come together. And the key thing is, if we think about within the business context, all this knowledge is critical for informing our environmental and social and governance indicators. So without good ecological knowledge, how do we actually know our businesses are performing well? As an ecologist, I know there's just so little in the way of knowledge. How are these companies actually proving that they're not impacting the environment, society, and governance when that ecological knowledge doesn't exist? For carbon trading, how do we know when we plant these trees that in the long term they are really going to absorb all this carbon? They're really going to give that value. For all our certification schemes like the MSPO, ISPO, and the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, for example, and the Forest Stewardship Council certificate, and green building certificates, all these mechanisms used by businesses to demonstrate that they, in fact, are supporting ESG. Without that ecological knowledge, that environmental knowledge, it's very challenging. And finally, if we think about the supply chains, we need companies to look across their whole supply chain and work out maybe all they're doing is making recycled products, but the problem is the extraction has a much greater environmental footprint than the recycling at the end, and really recycling is just a minor issue. So final slide. Oh, so just before that, all right, that's okay. So I contend we can fix social and developmental issues and support nature at the same time. So often people are like, first we'll fix the social and development issues, and then we'll move on to the environmental issues. But we need to do both. We need to do both because the challenge of getting to net zero by 2050 means we don't have time to choose one or the other. We have to do both. And people in business, in finance, need to make a business case for nature-based solutions, which moves beyond only carbon. So at the moment, we need to see the financial model stacks up. Once you go, wow, these trees, they fix carbon, but they also provide cultural services. They stop flooding, which causes billions of dollars of damage, for example. So final slide with 40 seconds. So the world is facing climate change and the biodiversity crisis, in which Indonesia has a massive opportunity with its fantastic forests, huge opportunity to play an important global role, also the fourth largest population in the world. It has also vast mineral resources, which will be critical for climate change, clean energy transition. However, we need to ensure everyone benefits and no one is left behind. And partly the answer is for us, ecologists, environmentalists, and business to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. Can you please sit down? I think it's really interesting, your topic about the nature-based solutions. I read the World University Ranking this year. I think the Vice Dean also understand this, that this year, the World University Ranking also including the sustainable to become one of the important indicators for the university ranking. So it's really interesting because, as what mentioned with Prof. Chandra before about the downstreaming policy, that Indonesia, we cannot rely on too much on the natural resources and we need to focus on these things. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a really interesting question for you next, yeah? Okay, it's quite trade-off, but we will hear from Pak Andre from Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, because if we are talking about the infrastructures, it could be trade-off with the environmentals. But is there any visions that the thing that you want to mention? Please, Pak Andre.
Thank you, Pak Dias, Alex. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the host of Brawijaya University, Prof. Chandra, and colleagues from authorities, Bank Indonesia, OJK, LPS, and also colleagues from financiers. Yeah, we have BSI Institute and the colleagues also from other universities. First of all, we're really happy to be here to share our views and perspective, hopefully can complement and relevant to the topics of this very distinguished event of BEFIC, and we are happy to be part of it. And let me start with the title of the slide and how we as the institution helps the government and the country in delivering infrastructure using the creative financing ecosystem communities, and also how we actually want to share the resemblance on what Alex mentioned earlier about how is the sustainability in our economy should be also established. So going together with the environmental and social aspect and also governance is something that very important to us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Selamat pagi, Bapak Ibu sekalian. So, going to the first slide. What is creative financing? I think Prof. Chandra has brought and delivered the very key message of Bu Minister of Finance, and also touching upon the aspect of infrastructure development. And what we see as economists and also financing communities, how the fiscal can be burdened, and we have the funding gap on delivering the target for infrastructure development. So that's how the government has established many initiatives and support to promote creative financing, which is actually mean how we should not rely too much on the fiscal capacity of the government, the state budget, in providing infrastructure services. I repeat, delivering infrastructure services, not owning infrastructure facilities. That's two different things. Because we need to change our mindset. What we need as a community, as to our people, is to have the infrastructure services. We don't need to own the power plant, which cannot deliver its services. But this is something that has been promoted as a key message on how we should look at the creative financing method. And here we can see the PPP scheme, the public-private partnership, or we call it in Indonesia as KPBU, kerjasama pemerintah dan badan usaha, has been facilitated by the government. It's very strong support and commitment. And we can see how the fiscal support has been created. It's even from the previous government, actually, how we, let's say, establish the scheme that promotes line ministries, regional governments, and SOEs to be part of infrastructure development, to invite the investment in infrastructure from private sector, not only in the equity form, but also in financing from the lenders. So we need strong commitment from the GCA. Here we call it as Government Contracting Agency or penanggung jawab proyek kerjasama. It has a role as the representative of the government when they're cooperating with the private investor. On the project preparation side, the government has established a facility with called Project Development Facility. The Minister of Finance can assign us, the SMV of Minister of Finance, PTPII or IIGF, Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund, and PTSMI, to assist the government contracting agencies, the line ministry, the regions, the governor, the ministers, in executing the PPP with the private sector partners. And this is very important because we need certain capacity to do the PPP because it has long-term commitment and it involves large scale of investment and also exposed to the political risks, including, and also some macroeconomic risks. On the project feasibility, the government has also established the VGF, Viability Gap Fund, and Availability Payment, how to support the project structure. And in the aspect of bankability, because this is very important for the financing side, because with the PPP, it's not the government who do the investment, who do the funding, but it's the private sector. So the financiers like Himbara and also regional banks, facilitated by the policy from Bank Indonesia and OJK, is something that we actually need to be established as a framework to enable the financing ecosystem to support the PPP program. It's something that we are still doing so far. And the establishment of PTSMI is actually want to address the concern of the viability of the long-term financing. And the establishment of PTPII, PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, it actually to address the concern of bankability because there's a risk perception towards financing decision, and this is something that needs to be alleviated with the proper risk mitigation and risk allocation in the project structure. And also how the issue of land acquisition has been addressed by the establishment of Elman as a state asset manager and for land acquisition funding. This is also part of the Minister of Finance. So as we see from this slide, there already a complete support to support the PPP, and we are working toward the same objective of having sustainable infrastructure projects. So this is something that we also promote And that's why we need every part of the communities, including universities, academics, industry partners, and also students that sitting in the behind, to learn and to aware about the situation on how we need to accelerate our infrastructure development to support our economy. In the next slide, let me introduce a bit of ourselves, of PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, or Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund. We are part of the Minister of Finance, 100% owned by the government. We also part of the PPP Joint Office, Republic of Indonesia, with other 8 line ministries and agencies. We have mandated quite many of areas, including in the part of PPP, not only providing the guarantee, but also providing the project development facility, and also for the very distinguished program of Nusantara Capital Project, we are also been assigned as the potential guarantor to support the PPP projects there. And the other mandates, we can also support the state-owned enterprise, accessing for the financing from the multilaterals through direct lending scheme. So we have project guarantee and credit guarantee, and we have many partners from the financing markets, not only in domestic way, but also in international partners. And in the context of PSN, Strategic National Project, we have been also mandated to provide political risk guarantee. This is not to mention our role in National Economic Recovery Program during the pandemic that we have also been assigned by the Minister of Finance. And all these mandates has been regulated through certain regulation. Just want to share with you on how we actually have some initiative to create some platform and cooperations with the relevant parties. For instance, for PPP ecosystem, there's something that's really obvious is to have the capacity building program. And we have, probably you've seen the logo of ourselves and also our IIGF Institute. This is one unit of PTPII that has a specific role in doing capacity building, policy research and publication, and also involved in this kind of conference, supporting universities. And this is something that we need to do to create awareness and facilitate sharing knowledge and so on towards the creative financing. And we also have created the community of practice. We call it Infinity, Innovative Financing Community. And I hope all of us here can join this platform. And probably after the event or during the break, you can approach us. And let me introduce Bu Ratna here. She's the head of our IGF Institute. You can access how to be the member of our community of practice through her. And how actually on our role or our main mandates to provide the guarantee as the financing enabler. We have many partners, including promoting the Syariah financing with KNKS. BPKH is also one of our partners because we have discussed on how the investment opportunities for supporting our portfolio. And also we have created a platform for regional governments to do the PPP using the small scale project. We have actually inviting some of our colleagues from regional governments in Malang Raya because they have some initiative to come up with the PPP projects in public health, like local hospital, street lighting, and also in water supply projects. There's something that we are still discussing with the regional governments because we want to introduce the PPP programs for supporting the infrastructure programs in regional government. This is something that we are also doing with other development partners. Internationally, we have also some partners from multilaterals, bilateral agencies, and also from the markets, the international players. So this is something that we have developed so far. And I think in the context of this event, I think it's important to mention about the UNIID. It's the one with this logo next to the IGF Institute. It's abbreviation of University Network for Indonesia Infrastructure Development, consists of 36 universities across Indonesia. And we are inviting other universities that haven't been the member of our platform to work together in this networks so that we can share more about how we can enforce and raise awareness of the creative financing and PPPs. Next slide, just want to share with you about how our role in delivering our mandates, not only as financing enabler, because just want to mention that we have supported at least 33 PPP projects across Indonesia with a total investment value of $16.7 US, consists of many sectors. Next, we have our part as a project enabler. We have facilitated 17 assignments for the PDF and also assist central and local governments. We have 27 potential projects which has a value of $6.7 million US, and also some local governments working together with us. Now we are counting around 24 of them. On the part of ecosystem enabler, as I mentioned earlier, we have to do the capacity building, training in research. We actually has been the authorized training organization for the global PPP certification. You can apply also for this, and we have around more than 200 certified professionals for this PPP. And also with the unit, we have 36 members so far, and some research and publications that has been issued during our cooperation. Next slide, I just want to share with you about the guarantee portfolio. We can move to the next slide. Yes, this is our guarantee portfolio. As I mentioned earlier, now total project that we are supporting is from all mandates is around 47 projects and state-owned enterprise with the investment value of around $30 billion US. If you can see some of those projects actually addressing the issues of climate change, if I can mention the water supply in Semarang City, in Central Java. The project has also role not only to provide water to the communities, but also as a risk mitigation from the land subsidence of the city. So this is something that we support because we are also evaluating on the environmental and social aspect of the project. And also some projects in sustainable energy we are supporting as well. And also how we also try to promote some other regional projects, because we are not only focusing on the central government, but also regional governments across Indonesia. On the next slide. I think this has been mentioned also by you, Alex, and also from the previous speakers like Prof. Chandra. How is the project that we are supporting have economic and social impacts? And this is something that we are also doing. So after we are finishing our guarantee structure and supporting the project, we are also assessing how large is the impact of each project to the economy and also to the social aspects, and also the contribution to other sustainability aspects. So for instance, the economic added value from the road sector, it's around 700 trillion rupiah across the concession period. From our telecommunication, I think one of the slides mentioned about the importance of ICT and digital transformation. We are supporting the Palaparing projects and also the multi-function satellite. I just heard in 2 days ago, it already been in place in the orbit, so it can be operated very soon. It has created, in our assessment, around 28 trillion rupiah, and so on. On the transportation, the special economic zone like Mandalika, we are also supporting that project, and also for the drinking water supply system. So this is how this kind of thing has excites us in working in this creative financing approach. And we actually inviting you, the students, to also look at this as your future opportunity to contribute to our nation, to our development. Next slide. I think next to slide more on how we introduce the IGF Institute. As I mentioned earlier, there are so many streams that we are doing: education, research, advocacy, and outreach. And we have developed some initiative and platform, not only with the local universities in Indonesia. We have created the Smart Hub on how to enable regional governments, community of practice, and also we have been awarded through Asian Risk Award. So we have that recognition, and this has been boosting our spirit to doing more on this as part of the sustainability framework. Next slide. I think this is something that I want to show who are the members of this UNIID. And Brawijaya, Pak Ferry, Pak Gofar, the Dean, has been very active member of this platform, and we're inviting you to contribute more on this. Next slide. Just want to show our latest activity here in this building, in this room, is actually doing the Indonesia Infrastructure Roundtable. It's already the 25th one, last August, and it promotes the topic of amplifying partnership, a collaborative drive to strengthen Indonesian water sector. And the outcome of this roundtable is one of the policy paper that we can submit to the government and policymakers as part of Indonesia's role also as the host of the World Water Forum next year. So this is something that very real. We are looking on the aspect of the needs of access to water, very urgent for our society. Even myself, I haven't used the pipe water. I live in Tangerang, in South Tangerang, next to the capital, use capital of Jakarta. But I have no access for the pipe water. So this is something that concerns us, not only in the big cities, but even if you talk about more remote cities, it's something that's very critical, and we need to support that. And this is something that we can contribute through this initiative. And with this, I think I can end my presentation. We can still have 9 minutes more for other discussion. And thank you so much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Andre, for really interesting presentations about the infrastructures in Indonesia. Okay, the audience, I think we have 30 minutes for having the discussions about the environmentals, about the infrastructure. So I can start from my right wings. Okay, is there any question from here? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I save the questions, and then from this. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, next. The committee, can you give us the mic, starting from?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Putu Sudayana from Universitas Udayana. Alex, very interesting and insightful presentation. I just wanted you to tell us about a little bit about carbon trading and its relation to nature-based solution? Just simple question. Thank you so much.
Thank you Pak Putu from Udayana. Next questions, silakan Pak.
Thank you. Pak Alex, Pandre, Anton from Bank Muamalat Indonesia. Hi everyone. Actually, must convey first about the sustainable green economic kind of that, because if we see from your presentation, actually is green economic is very relevant with the Sharia business. So from greedy economy to green economic. So, but the case is not easy as the theme or the statement like that. Because if we consider the real situation in Indonesia study, actually, if we consider the social one, yes, we very focus on the green economic, sustainable kind of that through the CSR program. So for the running water, for replant the, you know, like the coastal area, is kind of that put under the CSR program. So in Indonesia case, actually from my bank's perspective, my bank case, we did all of the sustainable issues in a social way. But in a business way, we still, you know, put more attention in conventional way. So we're still doing with the fossil, with the, you know, unrenewable, you know, fuel kind of that, coal, still focused to financing on that sectors. So my question is, we are in the intersection. Yes, indeed, in the mindset, we understand, we understood. Actually, the concern have been there. But the business, we still chase the conventional one. So my question is, when actually in an Indonesian market, we can enter 100% in a green economic? So the second question is, actually, Pak, I truly appreciate with your, Pak Andre, your effort, your energy to put, you know, effort to create a linkage across the Indonesian through the university, to create the communities which to educate actually all of the students to create the new innovation of energy. So my question is, how actually we can educate from all of the sectors, how we can embrace, encourage all of the sectors, not only on at your end, but any sectors in Indonesia, private sectors, state-owned enterprises, universities, in a one platform towards to our main goals, which is to create the sustainable and green economic kind of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Anton from Muamalat. Okay, next, please. Bapak.
Bismillah. Lukian Tamani from BS Institute. My
Excuse
first question.
Pak
Lukian.
Pak
Lukian.
Lukian. Okay, silakan Pak.
My
Lukian.
first question to Pak Andre. In terms of priorities, Pak, for PPP, would the energy transitions be in the top priority for PI in the next perhaps 10 years or 20 years? Because we have the targets of zero carbon emission by 2060. And then my second question to Alex. When we are faced with ecology and economics, we tend to choose economics. Or economics always win. And it is facilitated perhaps by carbon trading as well. Companies can still can emit carbons in terms of their business. Even oil companies do that. So your take on that? When will ecology be the first priority for companies? I think your take on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Lukian, Pak Anton, and then Pak Putu. We answer the question first, and then we move to the left side. Starting from Alex. Okay.
So thank you very much. Thank you so much for the questions. It's great to hear people really listening and interested, and it's great to hear the enthusiasm around nature-based solutions. And just as a side to some of the challenges that people, I think the two big things, it's like, you know, how do we make the business case for all these nature-based solutions stack up? And also a specific question around carbon trading. So as a side, I teach urban design. I'm an ecologist to people, masters students who are mostly working as developers. So I'm constantly given the same question. They always say, my boss will never let me, you know, build in nature-based solutions. It's all driven by the economics. I think this is always going to be a challenge, and I don't have the answer, but I know, for example, in Europe, there are a lot of projects under some of their research funding mechanisms, but these are serious, like hundreds of millions of dollars of research investment, working with, you know, real world research, working with, you know, partners in government, partners on the ground. You know, we need the companies, but we also need the communities as well. Because I think the challenge, because I don't have an answer, I think the challenge of nature is that it's much more complex than building a building. You know, I think, you know, it's quite easy for people to be able to calculate what's the cost of the building. Or if we use a different concrete, a bit more environmental, it's easier to make those calculations. So for nature, I think the complexity is the challenge, and this complexity perhaps needs, you know, groups like UNIT, we need government to be facilitating the understanding of creating that business case. So I don't think there's an easy answer, but I just know where it's happening across the world. There's massive investment by government, and there's massive buy-in by government, and it's at the small scale where it's really important. I think carbon trading is the example of where perhaps the business case makes a lot of sense. It's a bit easier. We can see Indonesia has fantastic resources, fantastic natural resources, and can derive benefits from all the forests. Because as Australian and my partner's English, we destroyed Australia, we destroyed Europe, and now we depend on Indonesia. And I think there's a great business case for Indonesia getting reward for not clearing those forests. And I think that is part of the solution as well, looking to the international market. But I think the challenge is, I don't think it's apparent, I should stop talking soon, but I don't think it's apparent that it's really complex to measure the benefits from carbon trading and the benefits of conservation, and to actually calculate how much carbon is absorbed by the trees and so forth. It's actually quite complex. So what I hope is alongside these massive schemes, there's a massive sort of research, and I'm not saying that because I'm at a university, but there's a massive research initiative to create the evidence base to support the business case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. Pak Andre, please.
Thank you, Pak Dias. Thank you, Pak Anton and Pak Lukian, for the question and for the point of discussion. It's a very interesting one, and it's really not easy to answer. One of our project, public street lighting, to finance that regional projects, and I think this is something that we need to replicate more and more. And I think there are some opportunities to that, yeah, in how to implement the Sharia financing as one of the option or alternative to access for the financing the infrastructure projects, because we have some of our regional hospital in Sumatera Barat, in Aceh, still they have some preferences, yeah, also from BSI, to look at these opportunities to support these projects. And I think in principle, it's worth to mention that not only aligned to the green economy and sustainable approach, but also in terms of how the risk approach, yeah, There is allocation between parties, and this is something that also been promoted is principally with this Sharia financing program. Yeah. And in terms of your question about how to educate all sectors, yeah, what kind of platform of effort or effort that we can try to enhance, yeah. First of all, with this initiative, actually is only a kick-off, an initial stage to raise the awareness from many parties, including by having our presence in this kind of conference and events. This is what we are trying to do consistently, but this is, we aware that this is really not enough. In the other stream, what we are trying to do is we are approaching more formal way in terms of doing capacity building, raising awareness. For instance, internally in the Ministry of Finance, we have already have a direction internally by our minister to have our vertical office throughout Indonesia, because Ministry of Finance, we have many kanwil, ya, kantor wilayah, like Bank Indonesia, like OJK. Ministry of Finance also have kantor wilayah, vertical office. With the platform of Kemenq 1 or one Ministry of Finance, we can have that kind of capacity building event throughout the region, and it has been somehow incentivized internally in the Ministry of Finance to promote creative financing. For instance, I just came back 2 weeks ago from Padang, Sumatera Barat, and we've been doing this in many provinces and many locations. The Kanwil there hold an event like this, a capacity building program, and not only the regions and the mayor, the governor also come directly to the event with all this their officials, and this is something that we need, this kind of approach also with the more formal approach. I think this is something that so-called like a top-down approach. I think this is something that we can do to strengthen our initiative. Next level is on the regulatory and institutional framework, because we want also to have this kind of initiative built in the framework of regulation. So, for instance, for ourselves, for all projects requiring the guarantee as a mandatory process, all GCA, all line ministers, or regional government must do the capacity building program as part of our process. We cannot provide the guarantee without for them having this kind of capacity building event. So this is something that we try to build within ourselves, but it requires more strong regulations to enforce this. So this is something that we are trying to do, and hopefully by having more corporations and parties like the audience from this event, I think this is something that we can further enforce. For Pak Lukian, how is our priority towards energy transition? As we are aware, energy transition program consists of 2 types of initiative. First, how to support early retirement of fossil fuel plants, and also promoting renewable energy projects. On the first one, we have actually supporting one coal-fired power plant, PLTU Batang, and we are working on this with the PLN on how, let's say, whether they have planned to work on this under this scheme, and because it has commercially will be an impact to the project scheme, right? And this is something that we need to look at very carefully, because it involves many financing arrangement as well. So it's something that we still work on in terms of early retirement, but more interestingly on the renewable energy aspects, because we are now supporting the sector of public street lighting which actually promoting energy efficiency. We are supporting waste management projects which can involve the source from the waste management as a source of electricity, and or waste to energy project. We are also supporting gas distribution networks in certain cities, So this kind of initiative, not to mention the geothermal project, this can be also been supported by our project, but it's still under the development phase, and hopefully not too long in the future we can realize this support for the projects. Thank you. That's from myself.
Okay, thank you very much, Pandre. We are continue to my left side. Question from from the front first, I think, and then back. Okay. Yes, please. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you,
Silakan, Bapak.
Yeah, my name is Anton from IGF Institute. I'm the staff of Pak Andre. And my question is to Pak Alex. I have two questions. First, what is your view on the vegan life movement? Is it part of the nature-based solution, or is it can be another, how could I say, situation related to that? And the second question is, what is your view about the certification of certain products that meet kind of nature-based standard? For example, this is green product or meat free from blah 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 or so on, because there are so many stamp or so many labeling on that.
I mean the food certificates, you mean?
It can be food certificate or if even any products, right? Like basically certification or labeling on product. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next questions at the back.
Okay, thank you. My name is Retno Sugiharti. I am from Untidar. So I want to ask to Alex. So I really enjoy to hear about the climate change issue, since it's very important, especially in Indonesia. But as researcher, sometimes we want to do some quantifying these matters. Like, do you have any experience about to conducting analysis in climate, but in quantifying this indicator? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu. And then next questions.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Hitsal. I would like to ask SME representative. I saw in your presentation slide
from PII.
PII.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. As we saw in your slide, your project, your portfolio centered on Java. So what's the main challenge to replicating this initiative to outside the Java? And the second, what has been done to overcome this challenge in outside of Java? Okay, I think so.
Okay, very good questions. Thank you very much for all the audiences. And then we start from Pak Andre dulu mungkin ya. Please, Pak Andre. How about outside Jakarta or outside Java?
Sorry. Hitsal. Okay, Mas Hitsal, makasih. Thank you for the question. If possible, probably the screen can show us the portfolio, but just want to share with you that actually out of those 47 projects or 39 PP projects per September 2023, and you have pointed it right that most of those projects are still located in Java. Some of our project in outside of Java, we can find it in Sumatra, National Road. There are 2 projects there, and also 2 regional water supply projects in Pekanbaru and Lampung. In Kalimantan, we have Balikpapan Samarinda project, Esto Road. In Sulawesi as well, we have Makassar Parepare Railway project and Manado Bitung Torut. And I think in Papua, we are about to finalize the Trans-Papua National Road Project. And it's not to mention the Palaparing East side, because Palaparing East side is actually providing the connection for the remote areas including in Papua. And the question is that why it's not as big as those in Java. First, implementation of PPP or KPBU, it's really depends on the readiness of the project and also readiness of the GCA. So if we have, let's say, more mayor or more regions or more governor in Java, trying to promote, like in Malang here, as I mentioned earlier, to promote KPBU. And we want to have some region in Sulawesi or Papua. I think this is something that should the ideas or the initiative should come from themselves, yeah. And I think we are still trying to assist them on how to have a more massive socialization of PPP or KPBU under the PPP Joint Office with Bappenas colleagues and also Minister of Finance and so on. But still, let's say for instance, the one in Ternate, they want to have a hospital there, and we try to assist them. And this is something that I think during the pandemic, it's really difficult to have some interaction. So this is something also been impediments to how the approach of having more PPPs outside of Java. But still, I think under the national institutions like Minister of Internal Affairs or Kemendagri, we are promoting for them to have some stipulation that the PPP is a mandatory program for many regional governments. And also with the new law of having a fiscal relation between central and regional governments, and it promotes creative financing. Hopefully this can also be initiative for other regional governments to promote PPP. Yeah, I think that's all. And so, sorry, one more thing is how we hope that having UNIID, because we have the Cendrawasih University in Papua, we have Tadulako, we have Haluleo. So those universities we hope that can also be what our agents to promote PPPs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Andre, Pak Andre. Then Pak Alex, please.
Thank you. So I'll start with the first question, I think from Pak Anton. So the first one, interesting, vegan life movement. So I'm a vegetarian, moving to vegan. When you're an ecologist, you have to be. It's the rule. Right. And the reason being that we know, I'm not sure what that figure is, 10 or 20% of global contribution in terms of greenhouse gas comes from having a high meat diet. I don't think you actually have to be vegan. You just have to reduce your consumption, decrease your portions. So definitely the science, the IPCC, all the international bodies are all like pretty much uniform saying reduce the amount of meat we consume. It's critical. As an example, I think, beef might take, to produce the same amount of energy, maybe 10 times the amount from a vegetarian diet, as an example. So definitely globally, this is the way we're moving towards. So it's good to hear. It's not that easy in Indonesia, yeah.
Yes, we get it.
That's right. Yeah. But a really interesting study, I imagine, how can you move? And I think it doesn't have to be vegan. It's about reducing consumption, because that's what we're all about, that transition. And the transition isn't yes or no. It's, about changing the way we think. I think certification, it's a huge thing in urban design. Where I work, there's the green building certification run by the Indonesian, building council, green building council, so we have great examples there. I think that we, round table on sustainable palm oil certification is a great example, of a certification scheme that allows, Indonesian producers to sell to like overseas countries like in Europe and so on. I think certification's a critical element. Just to quickly say, the thing about all these things such as certification is having the evidence base and the data to really support it. So as a scientist, as people in business, you know, the challenge is actually to provide the evidence base. The need is there, the want is there, but the mechanism and the understanding, I think, is a real challenge. So I forget her name, but the research around climate change, here's some fun topics to think about. So how does real estate value increase with having greenery around that? So we know this happens all across the world. If you're in a green development, the value of your houses go up. You know, another one, how does community health increase with the supply of green parks through green exercise? For example, there's some great studies in the UK showing the value of trees in terms of a reduction in the number of hospitalizations and so forth. And when you look at these things at that big economic scale, you can see massive benefits from our nature. Another one, you know, comparing how planting trees around a house reduces air temperature versus using an air conditioner. What are the relative economic benefits? And finally, larger scale, what's the value of cutting down a forest versus keeping a forest and preventing flooding and all the damage to the people, as well as loss of life that happens from clearing that forest. So I think there's lots of really exciting research, and this type of research exists overseas but doesn't in Indonesia. And I think Indonesia is far more important and interesting, so we should be doing it here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We give an applause to Alex and Pak Andre. Right, we almost finished, but I have a dangerous question, Alex. So it's really tricky that the government of Indonesia give a subsidy for the EV owners, the electrical cars. Do you think it will in line with the nature-based solutions? Your opinion?
That is a great question, and one of the elements of nature-based solutions, which is a IUCN and international body sort of movement coming from, is the idea of, you know, equity and things like that. And I think that's a huge problem in Indonesia, that subsidies for electric car owners versus, you know, people in informal developments without aircon, you know, maybe with terrible electricity. And but I think we can do both. That is my suggestion. We can do both, but that's the challenge. I guess it's much harder doing both. It's easier to shut down a coal power plant, big scale infrastructure, right, than that day-to-day, small scale, house by house, community by community type of activity.
Thank you very much, Alex. Right, and then Pak Andre, Indonesia 2045. What is the great investment that the government has to do to support the infrastructures to get Indonesia in 2045? Please, Pak Andre.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dias. As mentioned in Prof. Chandra's slide, towards 2045, I think we need to get away from the middle income trap, and infrastructure development is and accelerating that is our main task, to mitigate the trap. And I think having the creative financing solution for infrastructure is something that is a must, is a mandatory. I think all presidential candidate has also been expressing this kind of concern, right? Equally. And we have no concern of having this as a priority. But we need to have more sustainable way in doing so. So that I think first how we should translate this into the medium development plan and also long-term development plan. the priority for infrastructure development and how to accelerate creative financing is something that really important. So that, for instance, just trying to imagine this in a simple way. In the next 5 years, we have, let's say, more projects outside of Java. We have more regional projects than central government projects doing PPP. And also we can see how the awareness of our universities of academics promoting this kind of framework. In their lecture, we have the lecture of PPP in every program, including in the Faculty of Economic and Business, because we have some universities under UNID, they have it on the technical university. The curriculum for PPP and infrastructure development. And our IGF Institute is actually has been the partner of facilitating the discussion on this. So this kind of thing that we need to do from our part before we can make our institutional and regulatory framework more stronger, like let's say having a law on PPP and so on. I think that's my inputs and my view on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We give an applause to all the speakers today. I think we ran out of time, and also thank you very much for Pak Alex and also Pak Andre. Thank you very much for a very insightful and fruitful discussion for today. Hopefully you can get the summary and hope we can internalize the nature-based solutions before talking the infrastructures, because these two both things are very important for our economy in the futures. So thank you very much from us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please once again give applause to our moderator and all the speaker. Thank you. Please, you can come back to your seat. Thank you, Dr. Alex. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of session 1 panel discussion. Thank you so much for the insightful topic. And so next, I have some information for you. The first one is all the students, please stay inside the main hall. Untuk rekan-rekan mahasiswa, mohon tetap berkenan berada di ruangan ini. And second one is the participant registration link, session panel 1 showed on screen. Oh, please, untuk rekan-rekan, link registrasinya akan ditampilkan di layar berikut ini. Silakan ditunggu. And the third one, please, ladies and gentlemen, come to see the product and facilities from our partner in front of the main hall. There are some participants such as PII or Creative Financing for Infrastructure Development, LPS or Indonesia Deposit Insurance, and also UB Merch or Universitas Brawijaya Merchandise. And the break session for lunch participant and presenter in room 3.1. Untuk makan siang partisipan dan juga presenter ada di ruang 3.1, VIP lunch at the 4th floor, atau untuk VIP berada di lantai 4. Praying room or musola berada di lantai ke-9. Praying room at the 9th floor. Okay, that's all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your attention. I am Amalia signing off. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
evolving with time, and as a part of corporate entrepreneurship that I'm going to start studying now. If you are familiarized or you would like to read about these processes, I'm going to focus on resource-based view. I mean the theory of resource-based view. It's a resource, it's a view, it's a theoretical view that see innovation or see the different types of innovation as a dynamic capability, a capability which is changing in time. And as we are focused also in technology, I cannot help thinking about complexity theory, a theory which try to connect all of us with technology. But as I told you, I'm going to focus on this resource-based view, this theoretical background, to speak about entrepreneurial capabilities, to speak about innovation, and to speak about different ways of dynamic capabilities evolving in time. In this sense, innovation capability is more than a simple way of survival. It involves adapting, being proactive, and being able to seize opportunities in challenging business environments. So, innovation capability can be considered as a dynamic capability which helps firms to remain competitive, not only in short term, but also in long term, in complex and turbulent environments. Okay, if you are following me, I'm showing you now one of the best researchers about entrepreneurship and about innovation. We must consider this scholar who worked from innovation to entrepreneurship. As you see, he was from Austria, is Schumpeter, and he suggested the difference between innovation and invention. When we think on innovation, we think on inventors. We think on people finding out something new. But he distinguished between what is invention, an idea or a model for a product, process, service, or system to improve or to get new ideas. And this is invention may well be patented, but they don't always turn out to be innovation. This is invention, a way of doing things, what inventors do, what you do when you think on something new. This is an inventor. And we have also innovation. He distinguished with innovation. And in this case, innovation now is the commercialization, is the implementation of a new product, service, or process with a high tendency to be improved and commercialized. That is the word, commercialized in the organization. So we can invent something, but not commercializing it, then it's not an innovation. But we can invent something and then commercialize it. This is an innovation. So he distinguished between the two words, the two ideas, invention and innovation. And innovation, he tried to project the concept of entrepreneurs. It's a word, it's a French word, and it shows the way of doing new things, the way of collecting new things. So we are focusing on this entrepreneurship. We are focusing on corporate entrepreneurship. I mean, a process to create new businesses within established firms to improve reliability or performance, and its competitive position to improve strategic renovation of existing businesses. This corporate entrepreneurship involve 4 different concepts. Maybe involve 4, 5, 6, 7, depends on the research. But ordinarily, or focusing on the main research, I have collected 4 of them. New business venturing, innovation capability, strategic self-renewal, and proactiveness. Okay, and in this sense, we are going to focus on the 3 concepts: corporate entrepreneurship, which you have it here. I have already defined it. Digital technologies, a group of internet applications that build on the ideological and technological foundation of Web 2.0. This digital technology involves some different tools or services, for example, like social media, big data, mobile solution technology, cloud, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, digital twins, or big data and blockchain. And finally, the third concept I'm going to focus my research is organizational performance. I will show you that focusing or according to digital technologies, we can increase corporate entrepreneurship with different components, innovation capability, for example, to promote or to increase organizational performance. Then, organizational performance is the achievement, the goals to product, market, or technological innovation. Then, my research model is going to focus in these three variables. The first one, we have companies with more developed digital technologies. We know they can anticipate and respond better to innovations and develop internal processes to implement new technologies in the company. We have also the generation of new competencies, which extends and enables think strategic options to investigate redefinition of new competitive arenas while helping the company to pursue new markets. And we have finally a proactive firms that identify opportunities through technology. And then this digital technology attempts to anticipate customer needs, facilitating new ways of development through being proactive. So we have these three ideas. We have digital technology, or we propose these three ideas. Digital technologies improve innovation capability in businesses, new business venturing, and proactiveness. Let's try to relate to each other. If you remember, these three variables are components of corporate entrepreneurship, and we need a fourth one. We need the self-renewal, strategic self-renewal. I will show you it straight ahead, just here, just on the right of the slide, just here. So we propose this part of the model, and also this second part of the model. New business venturing is believed to motivate innovation to new competitive arenas or to combine current and new business venturing. Proactive firms are prepared to anticipate actively and change internally to find better position for achieving market share and customers. By acting quickly when changes occur and mobilizing resources in advance before the arrivals. Okay. And we also try to strengthening the innovation capability of this existing business to start up or to facilitate activities and attracting new firms through the intensification of research facilities, academic institutions, or incubators, company incubators, or institutions that transference technology. And finally, proactiveness is also defined as the propensity of companies, of organizations, to, or aggressiveness to lead in leading key areas to best competitor, to get better results, to self-renew. This is for propositions I show you on the slide are here. New business venturing, promote innovation capability, you can see on the slide. New business venturing, promote proactiveness, and innovation capability and proactiveness promote self-renewal on companies. Let's go with the final part of the model. In this model, we can also see that corporate entrepreneurship is a strategic variable in successful organization by creating new businesses and enhancing their profits. It improves internal efficiencies, higher employee morale, and major improvement in economic performance. But also, past research has presented a much evidence for the relations of corporate entrepreneurship and organizational growth. So we are trying to relate this self-renewal with the performance. Then what I'm reading or what I am talking about is to relate self-renewal with organizational performance. In this sense, we have 8 hypotheses, and we have this model I'm showing you. We have that digital technologies improve innovation capability, new business venturing, proactiveness, to achieve or to improve self-renewal and get better performance. So we are talking about that through digital technologies, innovation capabilities increase, and the components of corporate entrepreneurship, the 4 components, are increased. And then we can get better performance than all competitors. This is the model I have explained you. Then, starting with the methodology, the methodology or the technical details of this research we carried out. Whereas we studied a structured questionnaire of previously validated variables and contrasted from European sample in 2021. In this regard, we sent 1,000 questionnaires to the main managers of different higher technological companies in Spain. And we got 201. So we got a 20% of the sample. That is a response of 20.1%. And only after obtaining the data did we do the exploratory and confirmatory factor analysis and then the structural equation model with one program, with LISREL, the structural equation model. And we found different in the high technological companies, we found that the model was good, the goodness of statistics was good, was significant. And you can see is in red on the right, you can see that the main component on the main indicators are quite good. They are significant. We have the chi-square, it is quite significant, the first one, or we have the RNCEA, is also below 0.08. So we can see the model is quite significant. It's a good model. So we show these relationships are positive. We show that the relationships are quite good. We have also the compound reliability and the average variance extracted that can show us the confirmatory factor analysis telling us that the model was good. And we have different components showing the different variables were related to each other. Not correlated, they were not correlated, but they were related to each other. So the results, I don't know if you can see them here, but I can do the summary for you. The results were good. We may check the direct, indirect, and total effects on the structural equation models. With the different indicators to look at the goodness of the fit statistics. So the model was acceptable and is also suitable. Then, finalizing with the results, we can see the conclusions. And as I can see from the beginning, I'm trying to memorize or to remember everything. Our main conclusion, on our main opportunity to show you, our main contribution, if you want, is the first one, depending on the concept of corporate entrepreneurship by proposing a model which explains the antecedents and impacts of results. We try to discover and create knowledge, technology, and ideas which are critical raw materials for innovation. Remember that from one raw idea, only one successful product is achieved. And we try to increase corporate entrepreneurship. And also, we focus on the concept of entrepreneurs, engaging innovation through digital technologies and entrepreneurial activities, obtaining higher levels of growth and profitability than organizations that do not do it. Finally, I have to highlight that not entrepreneurial journey can succeed without large dose of innovation. I mean, innovation, remember, working on new things, on processing new things is needed, is required. So digital technologies, remember that we work with digital technologies. Digital technologies foster connectivity among people and among firms, creating a complex, dynamic ecosystem that encourages innovation capabilities and growth. So it can be defined as the firm tendency to engage and support new ideas, experimentation, and creative initiative to create new products, services, or processes. Remember. And here you are some of the limitations and solutions we propose for the future research. I wrote some of them if you want to ask me some of them, because we focus on the Spanish sample, but it will be useful, for example, to study this also in Indonesia or in other part of the world. So to check if the same sample is positive in different countries. So again, terima kasih. Thank you very much for your attention. And should you require any further information or do you have any doubt, just ask me or write it in the comments so that I can answer you. Terima kasih, and thank you for being with me here in the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Rodrigo. Please don't go anywhere, yeah. We will continue with the second and the third presenter. Please go to stage Prof. Devanto Sastapratomo and Bapak Muhammad Rifki. Yeah, thank you, Prof. Devanto and Bapak Muhammad Rifki. Before the second and the third presenter will be present, I will introduce about our presenters. The second presenter is Professor Devanto Sastapratomo. I think all of us come here is very understand, yeah, who about him, Prof. Devanto. And Prof. Devanto today is a professor, yeah, in Department of Economics, but is very busy people, yeah, in our department. Prof. Devanto is a member of presidential advisory, yeah, Prof. Devanto, yeah, in Jakarta, and he's also a professor in labor economics in Department of Economics, and active in the publish several article in the reputable journal, not only in Indonesia but also in other countries, yeah. And the second one or the last one is Bapak Muhammad Rifki. Yeah. He is PhD in Management from Tohoku University, Japan in 2013 until 2016. Now he is currently a researcher in the Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, yeah. And he will present the paper in this plenary session with the title, but I don't know what your title, but no worry, Bapak Rifki will be explain about his title. Okay, for the second presenter, I will give opportunity to Prof. Devanto or Pak Muhammad Rifki. Prof. Devanto, ya. Okay, Prof. Devanto, yeah, time is yours. No more than 20 minutes, Prof. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. Setio. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to say hello to Rodrigo, my friend. Rodrigo, actually, we have some same project with me, and I think you will come to Malang on December, Rodrigo. So welcome to Malang on December. And also, I would like to hello Pak Rifki. Nice to see you, and also the audience of the Brawijaya Economic Forum, Brawijaya Economic and Finance International Conference. Thank you, Prof. Setio, as the chair moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, after we listen from the Rodrigo about the concept of the innovation. Now I would like to share or discuss about more local Indonesian, still related with the innovation, but I would like to focus on the future of work in Indonesia, because my background also in the labor economics. What is the opportunity and also the challenge that we need to face during the future after the post pandemic. Okay, next. Before I focus on the future of work in the case of Indonesia, perhaps I would like to start with some background of what is condition of the Indonesian economic growth from the data from the Statista. I think we are predicted by some Statista that we will have a stable economic growth around 5%, not only this year but until 2028. So more or less of 5%, maybe less of 4.97% and something, but it's predicted stable in the country. Perhaps also in the world, we are also, Indonesia is also one of the country with the most stable economic growth compared to what happened in China, happened in US and the other countries. And Indonesia also economy has passed its lowest point during the COVID pandemic. We experienced the negative increase, but now it's predicted to grow steadily around 5%, and also it's predicted until 2028. Next. And I will show you some indicator of the labor market. One of the important indicator in the labor market is the unemployment rate. We cannot say about the labor market without saying unemployment rate. So if we see the trend of the unemployment rate after the pandemic situation, pandemic condition, also have been relatively stable. So we are now 2023. The unemployment rate now more or less approaching the situation before the pandemic. Even though the unemployment rate during the COVID pandemic, we hiked until 7%, but now approaching about 5%. But the problem, the unemployment rate for the young people is still the highest in ASEAN countries. So that's the real problem of the labor market in Indonesia. So the most problem of the unemployment is the young people. Compared to Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, we are one of the highest in ASEAN. Okay, next. And also we learn from during the pandemic, the working condition have find some changing during the pandemic. Yeah, this is some example what happened during the pandemic in the labor market condition. For example, office now during the COVID turn into a status symbol and turn into a place to meet rather than to work. We can working from everywhere, anywhere, from the cafe, from the garden, from the house. So we don't need to come to the office in some situation. And then working hour about 7 until 8 hours during the pandemic also sometimes lost. We only focus on the output. If it can be reached by maybe less than 7 hours, but output is the same, maybe it's better we working only 5 or 6 hours rather than we stay in 7 or 8, but resulting the output is the same. And then many meetings have been replaced by using email and online. Also in our campus, the study, the class, we now can do it by a hybrid model, not only offline but online. Also related in the conference, Rodrigo from Spain don't need to come to Malang, but they stay in Granada and talk to us. So many meetings have been replaced by online and also email. And business travel has reduced drastically because of the online. And then also during the pandemic, a job health test become mandatory because we are more aware about the health condition, working health condition. Health, not only physical health, but also mentally health. Yeah, this is also important to gain the worker, not only the physical health status, but also the mental health. And then, interestingly, women work participation is predicted to increase because now many job can done from home, from their daily
Recording
life.
in
So,
progress.
women more flexible doing their job, not only come to the office. Increasing demand for the digital divide. I think Rodrigo already mentioned about digital divide. And then the last but not least, at the work, happiness is matters. So if we work more productive, we are happy. If not happy, it will influence the productivity and also influence the output. I think also related with the student, yeah. If you are happy to study, and then your thesis or your scriptsy will be better. Okay, next. Okay, now I try to focus on the situation of the future of work in Indonesia, and I will try to focus on the three situations related with the future of work that happen in Indonesia. The first one is about the digital transformation. I think Rodrigo also already mentioned about digital transformation. The second one is the growing of the gig economy. Maybe some of you also learn or understand about the gig employment or gig economy. And the last one, there is a typo. Not the green job will be growing. We are more aware about the environmental friendly situation in the labor market, so we need to have job more green, more friendly with the environmental. Next, I would like to focus one by one. The first one about the digital transformation. I think the situation in Indonesia is we have some brief but very specific prediction by McKinsey in 2019 about the prediction of the situation in Indonesia. And McKinsey predict that there are 23 million jobs will be lost in the case of Indonesia. So some conventional job will be maybe a loss and no need anymore. And the number is quite big. But on the other hand, the good news, 10 million people, 10 million occupation will be created. 10 million people, 10 million occupation people will be created, and then 27 million people need job gain. I mean the like job gain, step up, and trend line. It means they need some upskilling and also reskilling of the job that they are working. So even though there are some job loss based on the prediction by McKinsey, the positive things that there is some new occupation will be coming to Indonesia, and then some occupation will stay but need some reskilling and also upskilling to keep the job stay in Indonesia. That is impact of the digital transformation. Okay, next. This is some increasing demand for a future of job. That I think the data from the World Economic Forum 2020, most of them is related with the digital analyst occupation, like data analyst, big data, AI, digital marketing, Internet of Things, robotic strategic and advisor, and so on. So now is the time to change our mindset to be more digitalized and prepare the worker or prepare the people, particularly the young people, because young people is more friendly to the digital one, not like our generation. But your generation is already out of date, yeah. But the young people is we are very hope with young people to come up, catch up the digital transformation. Okay, next. Yeah, this is I mentioned before that we are very hope with young people, because at the moment Indonesia have the what is called the demographic bonus, demographic dividend until 2030. So this year of the young people. So the most opportunity created by demographic dividend is focusing on the young people. Okay, next. So yeah, this is some brief situation. Young people is most adaptable to the digitalization and the greatest generation of this century through the demographic bonus. Okay, next. Okay, but in the situation of Indonesia, there is some challenge to make the digital transformation happen. The first issue is about the infrastructure. We know that Indonesia have some geographic diversities. The infrastructure in the West Indonesia is not the same with the eastern of Indonesia. Java is not the same with the eastern Java. Even though in Java, in the Malang and the south of Malang or the outer cities is quite different related with the digital infrastructure. This will affect the growing of the digitalization. Also, the second one is digital literacy. The quality of education also diverse and also different generation. I also mentioned that young people may be more friendly with the digital, but our generation, the older generation, may be not quite friendly with the digital one. And the last one, our challenge is the possibilities data flow across national border. We need to keep we need to think about the security of the data, technology utilization, because of the digitalization, data can be bring to other country easily. Without security, our country will lose our security things. Okay, next. That's all about the digital transformation. Now I move to the second part of the situation of the future job market in Indonesia. I think this is about the growing of the gig economy. We can say about the gig employment of a gig worker. Maybe some of you, I think, already understand about this issue. A gig is a term commonly used in the world, basically in the entertainment. For example, gig concert in the cafe, yeah. But basically, a gig economy or the gig employment is a situation where people can working without an office or permanent employer. So it's like we can working everywhere without need any office and so on. So that's a situation of the gig economy. And now it's growing in the situation of not only Indonesia, but also around the world. Next. Yeah, gig worker to meet the consumer basically need some intermediation in the middle. It's called a platform or intermediary. So digital platform is the intermediary in the middle of the gig worker and the consumer. So I think three main actor of the gig economy. The first one is the gig worker. The second one is the player of the platform itself, the digital itself, and then the third one is the consumer. Okay, next. Yeah, this is some plus and minus, upside and downside. As I mentioned before, the gig economy is for someone who doesn't like the traditional office. So the plus is give some flexibility to the people, and then we can working from home, even also we can working from everywhere, not need conservation conservative office here. And then the minus one, the downside, usually, yeah, because of the digital, maybe lack of the paid vacation, lack of the sick leave. So because you can working from everywhere, you need to work maybe 24 hours, and because you, yeah, this some the minus one. Also, it's not. Yeah, permanent worker treated better, and then job uncertainty. And usually the gig economy or gig employment is also weakening role of the trade union because they are not the member of the trade union. Okay, next. This is some typology, top typology of the gig employment in Indonesia. Basically, there are two types of the gig employment in Indonesia. The first one, I call it the location-based gig economy. The location-based is they still need a face-to-face interaction, but the platform makes worker and customer meet more efficiently. Example, we know the growing of the Gojek, Grab, Shopee, and so on. Yeah, and I think ibu-ibu lebih tahu. The second one is the online-based gig economy. Online-based gig economy is where the work is carried out without using face-to-face interaction. So the other name is the remote work, like the content writer, copywriter, translation, social media specialist, accountant, graphic design, logo design, game engineer, designer. So I just met us one designer. They got request to design the fashion, but the customer in the New York, in the London, outside the Indonesia. So that is the online-based gig economy, basically. So this is the two type of the gig employment in Indonesia: location-based and also the online-based. Okay, next. How many gig worker in Indonesia? Basically, there is no concrete data. BPS also still not starting to calculate the data on the gig employment, but there is some prediction of the how many gig employment in Indonesia. For example, Lembaga Demografi UI 2001 found that Gojek platform at least 2.6 million driver partner, and then contributes to the 249 trillion to the country economy. That is the location base. But on the Sakernas data, Permana from the UGM, I think estimated worker in sector outside transportation reached 1.1 million people. So the number is growing in the case of the gig employment, and we predict also that the number will still growing until in the future. Okay, next. Some calculation, interesting calculation from Permana. They try to calculate using the Sakernas data region with the most gig worker in the transportation sector and other sector compared to the 100,000 population. In the transportation sector, the most gig worker is found interestingly Sulawesi Utara, and also Jakarta. Jakarta, we can also predict, but I don't know, the Sulawesi Utara also the one of the most in the transportation sector. While on the other sector, we can find interestingly in Bali, Denpasar, the second one is Malang, the third one is Jogja, Sleman, Balikpapan, Tanjung Pinang, Depok, and so on. It's also quite interesting because the non-transportation sector is related with the city that connected with the maybe a creative economy. So Denpasar, we know that Bali is full with the creative economy and also culture. Malang, the young people also maybe more creative because we are the city of student or city of education, and also Jogja, also the growing number of the gig employment in outside the transportation sector. Okay, next. This is some challenge of the gig employment. Gig worker development can continue to be explored. So there is a need to update the data because we not starting to collecting the data about the gig employment, even though Lembaga Demografi already have some survey. But this is important because this is related with the welfare of the gig employment. And also regulatory is very necessary because it seems that government is not quite ready with the situation, the growing of the gig employment. Government still focusing on the conventional employment, but not reaching specifically on the gig employment because it is related with the wages, insurance, and also status of the job and so on. Okay, next. Okay, the last that I would like to raise, the component of the future of work that we will face in the case of Indonesia is the growing of the green employment, or we call it the green job. Green employment or green job is defined as the employment created in the economic sector and activities which reduce their environmental impact and ultimately bring it down to level that are sustainable. Okay, next. Is there some example of the green jobs or green employment, like a green architect, public well-paid public transit employee, electronic recycling, coal unionized car manufacturing worker, chemical engineering. Yes, it's some issue not green yet. Green but not decent, electronic recycling, and the solar panel worker. There's some example of the green employment that is predicted to also be growing in the case of the Indonesia. Okay, next. Yeah, in the transition to the green economy, there are two steps that we can doing. The first one is creating the new industries, new green industries, and the second one is greening the current industry. So the current industry is the two, which is the initial is maybe blue or yellow, and then change into the green one. So this is another example. We can create the new one, substitute, eliminate, and also transform the redefine the greening. Okay, next. In the case of Indonesia, basically we have some potential which is to be changed into the green one because we have some quite strong in the agriculture, strong in the forestry, fisheries, mining, manufacturing, construction, transportation, tourism, and waste. Yeah. However, Fernando say that a green job is quite diverse. Yeah, a green job in Indonesia maybe not necessarily a green job in the other countries. So it's depend on the characteristic of its region or its country. Okay, next. how many green employment in Indonesia? Basically, there is also no concrete data, but there is some prediction from the Bappenas about the new job in the green employment. Bappenas predict that in 2060 there is around 1.8 until 2.2 million people working in the green economy because of the growing in the green economic job. Okay, next. This is some opportunity and challenge, particularly in the case of the green job, the growing on the green job. Most of the sector of the green job potential tend to be informal, basically, and agriculture is one of the sector with the strongest green job potential. But unfortunately, agriculture is showing some less new entrants. So young people is not quite attractive to invite young people to enter the agriculture sector. So even though we have some potential to make developing the agriculture or the new job, green job in the agriculture sector, we need to make agriculture more attractive. And then some challenge, the green job basically need some education and also some qualification. But in the case, for example, in agriculture is more likely have lower education level worker and also focusing in the rural area, which is not quite promising because basically the green job need the training facilities, certification are limited and mostly found in the urban area, while agriculture is mostly found in the rural area. So when new green occupation are created, they often call for the higher level education. And in the case of Indonesia, the majority or the average of the education in Indonesia is still in the level of the junior high school and also senior high school. And then the last one, stakeholder have varying values of the green job or employment. The challenge is synchronizing the various program. The company already have, for example, a CSR program related with the green economy, but still need to be connected with the government regulation and also government program to make the green employment getting better and also bigger. Okay, next. I think that's all that I would like to share. Thank you very much. I return to Prof. Setio. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give applause to Prof. Devanto ya. Okay, thank you Prof. Devanto. Now let's continue with the last presenter, Pak Muhammad Rifki.
Izin berdiri boleh Pak? Oke, siap. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, let me introduce myself. I am Muhammad Rifki. I come from Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan. So first of all, I would like to extend our gratitude. Thank you very much for Brawijaya University for inviting us to speak in this session. We are very honored. Thank you, Prof. Setio, as the today's chair, Prof. Devanto and Prof. Rojas, all the way in Granada. Thank you so much. Before I begin my presentation, can I ask the audience something? By the show of hands, tunjuk tangan ya. Who among you who already know who LPS is? Tunjuk tangan siapa yang udah tahu LPS? Kenapa? Bakar. Oh ya. Oke. Ada kondisi darurat sedikit. Oke, lanjut aja. Oke, yaudah. Oh, I'm on fire, literal fire. Okay, alright. Again, one more time. By the show of hands, tunjuk tangan. Siapa yang sudah tahu lembaga penjamin simpanan itu apa dan apa tugasnya? Ada yang tahu? Terima kasih Ibu. Pak Muhammad pasti tahu. Teman-teman, Brawijaya, nggak ada yang tahu LPS? Oke, belum ada yang tahu ya. Oke. Oh tahu. Oke, bagus. Semua udah pada tahu nih. Oh ya udah berarti saya pulang aja kalau gitu ya. Alright. Okay, so if you already know what LPS does, I'm flattered. I'm happy. But if you don't know, I hope after this short presentation, you will know. So this is not actually a paper, Prof. Setio. This is just like a brief presentation. My title is Safeguarding Innovation: The Evolving Role of Indonesia in Deposit Insurance Corporation in Modern Banking. So from this morning, we heard Prof. Chandra mention about the Indonesia Vision 2045, right? Indonesia Vision 2045, and then in the first session, we hear two of our distinguished speakers talk about the innovation itself and the green sustainable energy, and then the penjaminan, the infrastructure. And then in this session, we heard Prof. Rojas mention talk about the foundation of the innovation itself, and then Prof. Devanto touch about the labor side of the innovation. So I would like to use this opportunity to touch a little bit on the other side of the innovation, which is in the banking and finance industry. Next. So we will see a little bit about the development of the digital finance and banking in Indonesia, digital banks, as you may already know, and then the role of LPS in ensuring digital banks, because the reason for existence of LPS, of our institution, is to guarantee the deposits in the bank. So no matter which banks you deposit your savings to, it is safe and then it is guaranteed by the LPS no matter what happens, right? Next. Okay, so this slide was also present in Prof. Chandra presentation this morning. We see that the internet users in Indonesia are on the rise. So many of you, of course, all of us have the phones, right? So the real question is, who among us who have more than one phones? So I think all of us already have one phones, but maybe only some of us have two phones. So that's how far the digitalization in Indonesia is going. And then according to this report, there's 167 million social media active users, and then 99.5% own mobile phones. So yeah, the digitalization in Indonesia is inevitable. Next. So let's see how this translates into the finance and banking side of things. So we see that according to Bank Indonesia, statistics from Bank Indonesia, the utilization of cashless transactions are on the rise. We define the cashless transaction as the transaction without using cash, without using paper money or bills. We see from the ATMs, the ATM, for example, in August 2023, the transaction volume in ATM already reached 532 million transactions, and then 431 trillion in nominal amounts. How about the electronic money? The electronic money, according to this graph, you can see that the right-hand side of the graph has steeper growth, right? So we see that in the electronic money, it's even faster. In August 2023, there are 39 trillion transaction nominal, and then 670 millions transaction volume. So actually, the transaction volume through the electronic money already outpace the transaction volume of ATM. So basically more people are using GoPay, whatever, OVO, to pay for things instead of their ATMs. Yeah, basically if you go to Indomaret, Alfamart, I prefer to pay using my GoPay or Chris. And then in that case, I don't have to bring my wallet again anymore, right, to Indomaret. Next. Then this digital transformation gives birth to a new type of banks. So we see that there is traditional banks, that blue one, which provides traditional banking service. Traditional banking service meaning that you have to go physically to the bank's branch or office to do your transaction. Then there is another one called neobank, digital bank, the red one. So lately this has been on the rise as well. These digital banks don't actually need physical offices, because if you want to open account, you can do it over the internet, downloading their apps, and then the KYC process also done over the video call, I guess. And then there is also a hybrid bank. So in order for the traditional banks not to lose out in the digital banking services, they provide digital services as well. Some of them actually have subsidiaries specifically for pursuing the digitals. We call them hybrid banks. For example, BCA, own Blue. Oh, actually the example is on the next slide. So let's go to the next slide. Yeah, this is it. For example, BTPN is the traditional banks. They have Genius. I think they can be considered as one of the pioneers in the digital banks, right? And then BCA have BCA Mobile, CMB Niaga have Okto Mobile, DBS blah 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 whatever. And then the DBS have Digibank, Mandiri has Livin. And then on the right side we have we call it the fully digital banks, Jago Blue, Raya, BNC, Cbank, Aladdin, and Alobank. Blue and Raya was actually owned by traditional banks. Blue by BCA, Raya by BRI, right? So these hybrid banks are on the rise as well. But the difference between the hybrid banks and the neobanks is that neobanks serve customer completely online, so no need to have physical offices. Next. So how about their growth? So we see that these neobanks, these digital banks, exhibit a really outstanding growth, both in terms of accounts, the number of accounts, and the number of deposits, right? So in terms of accounts, even though it's already lower than before, but it's still on, the growth rate year on year of the accounts in the digital banks reached 40.3% in August. So there are 40.3% more accounts in the digital banks compared to last year. And then in the deposit sides, even though it's already declining, but still, the August 2023, the growth rate of the deposits are 19.8%. 19.8%. To put that into perspective, do any of you know what is the year-on-year growth of the total deposits in the banks? Only 6.5%. So the total deposits grow 6.5%, but the total deposits only in the digital banks grow 19%. So that's how fast they are growing. Next. Then the regulatory, as one of the regulators with OJK and BI, the Bank Indonesia, we also try to regulate this rise. We try to respond to this rise in digital banks by establishing the regulatory landscape. But I think we can skip this because we will have the LPS side in the next section. Next. All right. So what do LPS have to do with all these things. Yeah, what is the role of LPS in safeguarding these digital banks? Because if I try to link up this presentation to what we are discussing here today, I believe that the innovation that Indonesia is currently undergoing needs support from the banks, right? Needs support from the banks to finance whatever projects they are doing. And then behind the banks, in order for the banks to distribute healthy credits to these projects, they need financial stability. So LPS is one of the institutions that safeguards the financial stability. Next. Right. So one of the most important thing that LPS needs to do, especially in the normal condition like today, is to build up public trust in the banking sector. Why do we need to do this? We can go back to the earlier of the early 2023. If you remember what happens in March 2023, March of 9th 2023 was the start of a problem, of a trouble in the US banking system. At that time, SVB, the Silicon Valley Bank, Silicon Valley Bank went bankrupt. Followed by Signature Bank, and then that's all. Those SVB and SB case becomes a lesson for us, deposit insurance, in order for us to do a better job in maintaining public trust. Because as we see the global risk trend here from the World Economic Forum, there is the risk of cybersecurity and cybercrime, but the ones that is closely related to the SVB is the one on the right hand side. We call it the social media amplification, because I think most of us have social media. Like the data said that Indonesia has 167 million accounts of social media users. So this social media can amplify the bank runs. We call it the bank run. So if one influencer say that, okay, let's withdraw our money from the banks, and then all of his followers may be doing the same. So that's actually really dangerous. So that's what we are trying to avoid. So that's why in this presentation, if I can deliver one simple message to all of you, is that your money in bank is safe no matter what, right? Okay. Next. So this is what we do, yeah. Me being here, and then our leaders, our LPS leaders going to radio, and then we conducted a half marathon event in Jakarta just last July, and it was pretty successful. All of these are for the sake of introducing LPS to the public, so that more and more people know about LPS and know that their deposits are safe, right? This is in order for us to build a public trust on the banking system. Next. Now let's get to know a little bit more about the LPS itself. So LPS, or in English, the Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, is established by law. So we have the same status as Bank Indonesia and OJK. We are established by law, by undang-undang, and then the functions of LPS first is to guarantee the deposits of the depositors, and then soon, yeah, in 2028, we will also guarantee the insurance policy. So if you possess an insurance policy, polis asuransi, yeah, that's also going to be guaranteed by the LPS as well. But it will start in 2028. So right now we are still in the preparation. Then we actively participate in maintaining financial system stability, and we perform bank resolutions and for the banks and for the insurance company. Next. And then we are talking about digital transformation. in LPS side, we are also transforming. The transformation of LPS over the years can be seen in this slide. Well, we were established in 2004 and we operated starting from 2005. So actually we are older. Technically, we are older than the OJK. OJK was established in 2011. We were established in 2005, but for some reason, public knows OJK better than LPS. So that's our homework. So at the time, LPS served as the Paybox Plus. We call it Paybox Plus. We only do the capital injection and bank liquidation. And then in 2016, there is expansion of our mandate. We can perform another types of resolution. We call it purchase and acquisition and bridge bank. It's a little bit technical, but the thing is, if there is a troubled banks, before we can only either liquidate it or we inject it with capital. But starting from 2016, we can perform another maneuver. For example, merging it with some other banks, or establishing like a temporary bank for the deposits to come in, and then perform a usual banking operation on that bank. And then this year, the mandate again expanded into the inclusion of insurance policy protection program, and then the placement of funds. So this placement of funds meaning that I think most of you are from the economics background, right? So you know what the lender of the last resort is, right? It is the role of the central bank to basically lend money to the troubled banks in times of crisis. So right now, using this mandate, not only so Bank Indonesia is not the only one who can do that. LPS can also do that. We call it the placement of funds, or in Indonesian penempatan dana. So we may or may not act as a lender of last resort along with Bank Indonesia. Next. Right, so what about the digital banks that we just talked about in the last 10 minutes? So these digital banks, despite they are being a creature that is a little bit different from the traditional banks, but the current deposit insurance program are still sufficient. I mean, like, even though they are, even though they have no physical office, they have no physical branches, but they are still banks. They are still below the definition of a bank. So it means that our deposit programs also covers them, right? So if you have the if you have a savings in any of the digital banks, then you are covered under the LPS deposit insurance program. Next, as long as so this is the catch. As long as you fulfill these three criteria, there are three criteria in order for your deposits to be insured, to be fully covered by the LPS. It's called the 3T. The 3T in Indonesian ya. 3T tercatat, tidak melebihi tingkat bunga penjaminan, dan tidak melakukan tindakan yang merugikan bank. It's in Indonesian, but if we convert it to English, the 3T meaning that one, your deposit, your saving has to be recorded in the bank's book. There is an easy way to ensure this, which is to regularly print out your bank book. Yeah, that's it. And then the interest rate of your deposit is not higher than the LPS deposit insurance rate. So if you go to LPS website, www.lps.go.id, there is a section called tingkat bunga penjaminan, or the LPS deposit insurance rate. So that represents the maximum deposit rate that you can get in order for your deposits to be covered by LPS. And then you do not perform any actions that are detrimental to banks. Yeah, basically if you borrow money from the banks, don't become a delinquent. Ya, jangan ngemplang. jangan kabur gitu ya. Ya kurang lebih seperti itulah. Tapi itu kan sudah urusan fraud ya. So no fraud. This is pretty logical, I guess. Yeah. So these three, if you fulfill these three, then your deposits is covered by the LPS up to 2 billions. Then next. Yeah, so according to the law, all banks operating in Indonesia with all their deposits are covered in the LPS Deposit Insurance Program. So how many of them? As of September 2023, there are 1,688 banks. Consist of 105 commercial banks and 1,583 rural banks or BPR. Rural banks or BPR. So how big is actually the 2 million? So it's 2 billion, 2 miliar ya, maksimum kan 2 miliar. How big is the 2 billion? So to the 2 billion, if we compare it to the GDP per capita, that's actually pretty high, pretty big. So the 2 billion rupiah, the limit of LPS coverage, is actually 28.2% of GDP per capita, which is much higher than the rest of the world. For example, the lower middle income countries, the deposit insurance program in their countries only covers up to 11.3% of their GDP per capita by average. And then the upper high income countries are even lower. Next. With that $2 billion rupiah limit, LPS fully covers more than 99% of bank accounts in Indonesia, which amounts to around 534 million deposit accounts. This is way above the target of the law. So the law that regulates LPS has a target of 90%. So LPS have to at least cover 90% of the depositors in Indonesia. So we are way above the target. We are more than 99%. Next. So talking about digital transformation, Professor Rojas mentioned about digital transformation. Professor Devanto also mentioned about digital transformation. LPS is also doing its fair share of digital transformation. Why? Because we believe that we need to enhance. We need to improve our capacity, our capabilities in performing banking resolutions in order for us to again maintain that public trust and then to ultimately safeguard the entire financial system. So what do? We develop a customer level reporting application. This is for us to get a better picture of the deposits market. And then the resolution plan reporting application. So each bank need to report a resolution plan. What is a resolution plan? It is basically a plan that what the bank will do if something happens to them. Yeah, basically that. And then we have a data exchange system between the three of us, between LPS, BI, Bank Indonesia, and OJK. We share our data together. Because all three are the financial regulators in the financial industry. And then last one, we established integrated core system in order for us to integrate all the applications within LPS. This enables us to work more efficiently. What is the proof? Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this is the proof. The left side is the maximum payout period of the IC. So this is basically a survey by IADI. IADI is an association of deposit insurers in all countries. So in Indonesia, according to the law, we have to pay. We have to repay. If a bank fails, we have to repay their deposits within 90 days, 90 working days, according to the law. So, but before, we actually managed to cut the maximum payout period up to 61. So right now, on average, from the bank, from the time the bank fails until the LPS can repay the claims, it takes us around 61 days. But using the technologies, in the latest example of bank failures, which is a rural bank in Indramayu, we managed to cut the time needed to do the payout to 7 days. So only 7 days. So today the bank fails. Next week the deposits are repaid by the LPS. So this is to minimize the disruption of the bank failure has to the community. And yeah, this is what I was talking about. There was a BPR, there was a rural bank which failed just last month in Indramayu, and then we did the payout pretty quickly. Yeah. Next. So some takeaways from today's presentation, if I may. Next. Sorry, yang terakhir. Yeah. Okay, so the rise of the internet users in Indonesia has driven the digital economy ecosystem, which in turn gives rise to the modern banking, cashless transaction, and also the digital banking industry. And then the main difference between the digital banks and non-digital banks is only in the delivery channel. Yeah, the digital banks doesn't need physical offices, while the traditional banks need the physical offices for them to deliver their service. But all in all, both types are still within the definition of a bank. So LPS Deposit Insurance Program still covers both, right? And then LPS are consistently transforming itself in order for us to deliver to enhance our capabilities in performing banking resolutions, which in turn safeguards the entire financial stability. Thank you so much. So I guess that's all from me. I'll return to Professor Satyo. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bapak Muhammad Rifki, the excellent presentation. Yeah. Now we still have 15 minutes. Yeah. I give the opportunity to audience to give question. If you have any question or some remarks, notes. Yes, Bapak from Pak Anton. Okay, Pak Anton, please give the. Yeah, Bapak Anton. Yes.
Check. Okay. Thank you for all of these distinguished speakers. Hola, Prof. Rodrigo. I think Granada is quite ringing a bell. Actually, it's compete in La Liga along with Real Madrid and Barcelona, and also as a part of Andalusia. So it's quite ring a bell for Indonesian, Prof. Rodrigo and Prof. Satyo. Actually, I have to have two questions for all of the distinguished speakers. The first one is the linkage for the total three speakers, which is innovation. Innovation will be the key, which innovation can create an opportunity and also overcome the challenges. Yes, we know actually innovation is like a breathing. Nowadays, actually, innovation is a must to keep relevant with the fast-changing world. So actually for Prof. Satyo and so Prof. Rodrigo, the innovation capability become a key important role or thing actually for the youngsters. So can you give me or give us an insight actually what is the methodology, the simple methodology? And when I read actually Prof. Rodrigo presentation, it's quite complicated. It's so complex, you know, with all of the statistic kind of things. But you know, I was study actually is create an innovation based on design thinking using the business canvas model of kind of that. So I need an insight from Rodrigo and Prof. Devianto about the methodology, easy methodology can easily to implementing by the youngsters. Then they can start become an entrepreneur or intrapreneur in an institution that they can perform actually, yeah, as a self-employed or as an employee. And the second one to my fellow LPS expert, actually, yeah, you said divided a bank three category, which is the traditional one, and the neo-bank concept is fully digital, and then in the middle actually is a hybrid, the traditional bank that have a key enabler in a digital platform. So yes, we know actually we have an opportunity in Indonesia, Pak, to growing with the digital. You can see actually the total account is decreasing, but the total amount is increasing. Yeah, I know it's so many actually the assisting client of the banks now in the digital bank, they are top up their money in the digital. So it's kind of that if you see the graph itself. But however, actually the Indonesia digital maturity is quite low, Pak. So how you actually the LPS along with OJK, along with BI, govern the market itself, especially in digital bank, to make it more safety, because your job is safeguarding, right? So yeah, we know the SVP bank in America, the total exposure in digital in a startups company, and they're flop, they're gone anyway. So I think we want to happening in Indonesia. So how the strategy itself to create the digital maturity in Indonesia? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bapak Anton. We keep the question first, yeah, and we continue to the other question from the audience. May still any question? I think from my student in front of our stage. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I have a question for Mr. Rifki as the expert of LPS. Recently, there has been a lot of news we hear from social media which warns us about the risk of downloading or opening file with certain extensions that send to our WhatsApp account, like undangan.apk, for example. The news say that the file can lead to stolen private information and even stolen bank balance. What I want to ask to Mr. Rifki is, does LPS know about this issue, or does this issue really had happened? And does LPS guarantee that our savings are safe for such cases? And if it happens to us, does LPS cover our loss from the case? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And the last question, still any question from audience? Oh yeah.
Excuse me, actually it is a simple question. I will want to ask Mr. Rifki also. We as a customer, as you have mentioned before in your presentation, the number of e-wallet user is increasing, but you haven't mentioned, does the LPS or IDIC also cover our savings in e-wallets? Because in your presentation you also show us that the current saving in e-wallet is also increasing very high. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think we already have three questions, yeah, from different audience. Who will give the answer? But before that, I will say hello to Professor Rodrigo. Do you still
Yes,
online
I'm here.
class?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Professor Rodrigo is unconnected.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Okay. Yes, I
Yeah.
think you asked me for the
Oh, yes.
methodology. Hi.
Yeah.
You asked me for the simple methodology for students, no?
Yeah, there is still any one question for you, Prof. Rodrigo, from audience. The question is about your presentation regarding the innovation. There is still more complex, yeah. And
Yeah.
we want to know about your suggestion, how we can implement the methodology with the easily form, how to understand the innovation, especially for the youngers, yeah. If the youngers want to become an entrepreneur, what the methodology that you can suggest to us, yeah?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. In this sense, I have to consider or to take into account the words of the audience. They say they suggest the design thinking process, and I totally agree with the person who said it. If I was referred to methodology in research, I mean this was part of my research. If I have to focus to students, I will show them the innovation with design thinking, but I have to clarify that design thinking allow the innovation capability to be achieved, and we have to keep the innovation capability. So not only design thinking, but only considering future thinking. That means the innovation capability must be alive in the long term, taking into account environmental issues, economical issues, and social issues. So for students, for youngsters, I would recommend to start with design thinking, to develop the innovation capability, and then to keep it with future thinking. Okay?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Rodrigo. Yes, the key point is about the design thinking. Yeah, this is more preferable today. How to our younger students to understand more in the design thinking. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Rodrigo. We continue to the next presenter. Yeah, to give the question from the audience. Prof. Devanto.
The same question ya Pak. So, Pak Anton, maaf Pak Anton. Yeah, about the methodologies to increase the innovation. Yeah, from my perspective, one of the key indicator that improve the innovation is come from education. So if there is some theory in economics called the endogenous growth. That means if they have some more education that it the one step closer to giving the innovation. So the quality of education is the most important in my mindset, yeah, about how to reach the innovation. However, Rodrigo already mentioned in the curriculum need to develop the design thinking, management of innovation, maybe leadership, flexibility of thinking, maybe need to be improved in the education. And we still have some take home for Indonesia because the quality of education is still very diverse. And then yes, Java and outside Java, Western Indonesia and also Eastern Indonesia still not the same level of education. That's why the innovation is perhaps quite difficult to gain similarly across the region. The second that I would like to share in the labor market economics is what is called the economic of the superstar. So not only education, but we need to keep the talents. So you don't need to have all of the Indonesian people to be brighter or to be more smarter, but you need only a few people but with extra talents. So the extra talent of the people can give some like what is called the trickle down effect to the people around them. So but the need to keep the talents need some support by the institution. That's mean the government and also some institution like education institution like Brawijaya and so on, in order to give some red carpet to the talents to show their capability and then have the trickle down effect to the environment. I think that's all, Pak Anton. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Anton, for the interesting question. So I think I can break down your question into two. First is how is our strategy in order for us to avoid such cases like SVB and SV debacle, right? So in order to do this, we have the KSSK, Pak. Yeah, we are synergizing. So for all of you who doesn't know, there is a committee which is called KSSK, Komite Stabilitas Sistem Keuangan, Indonesian Financial Stability Committee, which consists of the Ministry of Finance, BI, OJK, and LPS. So what we do is that we are synergizing our policies in order for us to respond to any conditions in the financial sector, such as for example, last time we had COVID, and then the KSSK are synergizing policies, which gives birth to Ministry of Finance providing some BLT, some fiscal stimulus. Bank Indonesia has a relaxation in their policies, OJK as well, and then LPS have some relaxation policies that we can do. So basically, by doing the effective supervision, Pak, over the bank. So in the institutional level, in all the KSSK members are actively monitoring their authorities. Like for example, in every KSSK meeting, we also perform stress tests actually, Pak, but we don't disclose it to the public. Yeah, it's within the KSSK members only. So using those exercises, we are trying to supervise and then to assess whatever risk that may entails in the financial sectors. And then if the results of our assessment says that there is one or two banks which needs help, then we can formulate some policies in order to avoid that banks being failed. So that's basically it. So the key is in the synergizing and then in the effective supervision. And then regarding the digital maturity, so is it possible to put up my slide again in the slide number 23? It's not in the main slide, but fortunately I have some in the appendix. All right, so yeah, basically, if we're talking about digital maturity of Indonesia, there is a survey from OJK, which is called the SNLIK, Survey Nasional Literasi Inklusi Keuangan. So the survey about the inclusion and literation of financial literacy and inclusion. What is the difference between literacy and inclusion? So inclusion meaning that whether the financial service has reached the public. So to what extent the financial service has reached the public. So for example, anecdotally, if a farmer in the very rural area of Indonesia can perform banking service, then it's called the financial inclusion. But there is also another thing called the financial literacy. Financial literacy means whether that particular person understands about financial, about the financial, understands about making the proper and objective financial decisions. So basically, financial inclusion is whether the financial service reach the public, and financial literacy is whether the public understands about the financial service itself. one of the interesting things about this survey is that the financial inclusion of Indonesia is pretty high. It's pretty high. So the digital service, the financial service has managed to reach out to the public, but the financial literacy is still low. So imagine inclusion high, literacy low. So what happens in between? So what happens to those to those people who have mobile banking application in their phones, but they don't know, but they don't have sufficient wisdom to use it. So they are very prone, very susceptible to frauds, right? So if you mentioned about the from WhatsApp broadcast there is a undangan.apk. If you click it, then it will do something to your phone and then possibly to your mobile banking as well. So I think this needs to be addressed through the improvement of the financial literacy. So these efforts in increasing the financial literacy of the public is being undergone by all the stakeholders actually. BI is doing it, OJK is doing it, LPS is also doing it. So we did our fair share of increasing our financial literacy. So it is our hope that the more we have financial literacy, the more wisdom, the more wise the users of the financial services are. And then relating to your so I hope that addresses your first question. So your second question is whether LPS covers the loss of the deposits, which relates to that kind of case. Unfortunately, according to the law, LPS can only come in if the bank already fails. So there is a clear distinction of role between OJK and LPS. OJK, as long as the bank still lives, as long as the bank still operates, then the authority is OJK. But once the bank fails, then the bank will be transferred to the LPS. So what I mean by LPS repaying the deposits is that those deposits belong to the people who places their savings on the banks that fails. Okay, so if a bank fails, then the deposits in that bank are covered by the LPS, and then LPS will repay to the depositors. But if the bank still lives, then the authority still lies in OJK. So I think what I can suggest to those kind of cases, OJK, if I'm not mistaken, I think you need to look it up. OJK has some sort of help desk for the general public. If you encounter such situations, you can actually report it to the OJK through that. But I forgot the name. I'm sorry. I think you need to look it up. Yeah, right. I hope that's clear. And the last one, e-wallet. LPS, according to the law again, covers only the deposits in the banks, Pak. But so meaning that our GoPay is not covered by LPS. Yeah. So at this point, your saldo, your balance in GoPay OVO is not covered by LPS. LPS only covers the deposits in the bank. Okay, that's clear. Thank you, Pak.
Ya, thank you Bapak Rifki dan Prof. Devanto. Unfortunately, because of the limitation in time, so we must be stop our discussion at this moment. And before we stop discussion, I would like to give conclusion regarding this discussion. Our topic today is about innovation. Based on the three presenters, we conclude that innovation, this is the important thing in this era. So we need to understand more about the innovation. But of course, in innovation, technology also give the negative impact, as explained by the Bapak Rifki. Especially if we have a problem in our account because of we don't understand about the link, and we just click. Oh, when we try to open our account, our coin is lost. Yeah, it means that if there is any fail in the customer, there will be no cover by the LPS, also the OJK. Yeah. Also, if is in your wallet is lost because of you make a transaction more and you suddenly Astaghfirullahaladzim, my copy is empty. Okay, this is also not covered by the LPS also. So we need to worry about that. I think this is the last our conclusion. I will not conclude more because I think this is the presenters also give the explanation more detail regarding this topic. So I will give back to the moderator. To MC, but before, please give the applause to our presenter. Thank you for Professor Rodrigo. Thank you for your coming. See you next time and bye. Goodbye. Okay, please the MC. Thank you for the time and the presenter. You can go back to ours.
Thank you very much to Professor Seto and all the panelists up here today, offline or online. Give a round of applause to everyone up here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for Professor Setio for leading the second session of our conference today.
We would also like to say thank you to Professor Brawijaya Martin Rojas of the Universidad de Granada, Spain.
Professor Devanto Sasta Pratomo of Universitas Brawijaya and the Secretary of Presidential Advisory Council Indonesia.
And also thank you so much for Mr. Muhammad Rifki, PhD CFA from Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation for giving such insightful and comprehensive material.
It was really an amazing and interesting experience, and we really enjoyed the second panelist session, although the time was very sadly very much limited.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our great speaker just now.
Well, before we move to our third panelist session of the day, we are going to have a small and brief coffee break until 3:30 p.m. So while we wait until our last panelist session, you may enjoy all the amenities and coffee in this very room, and we will be back in 3:30 p.m. Thank you so much and enjoy your coffee break.
For everyone, please stay around this room because we will start the last panelist session at 3:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
We hope you had a refreshing coffee break, and now we are moving to the last panel session of the day, which is Innovative Solutions for Tackling Inequality, Harnessing the Power of Islamic Economics and Finance.
We'll have three distinguished panelists who will share their insight on this topic. The first one, we're going to talk about how Islamic economic and finance shaping future development of global ethical financial services by Associate Professor Datin Dr. Wan Marhaini binti Wan Ahmad, University of Malaya, Chartered Sharia Advisor, Malaysia.
Second, we will talk about financial inclusion and Islamic social finance prospects and challenges by Professor Habib Ahmed, Durham University from the United Kingdom. And last, we will talk about innovative institutional economics in Islamic social finance by Professor Umar Burhan, MS, Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia.
We're excited to hear from our panelists and learn more about the power of Islamic economic environment in tackling inequality. Before we proceed to the last session, we would like to introduce our moderator for this session, Ms. Farah Wulandari Pangestuti, PhD.
Mrs. Farah Wulandari Pangestu, PhD, has her field of science specialties are economic development, nutrition and food economics, food security, and rural development. And she is currently a lecturer in the field of economics at the Universitas Brawijaya.
Her educational background is that she got her bachelor degree at Universitas Brawijaya in 2004, then continued to get her master degree at Universitas Brawijaya in 2008, and finally she got her doctoral degree at the University of Göttingen in 2018. She also has many research experiences, with the most recent one being dinamika pekerja perempuan pada masa pandemi COVID-19 di Indonesia, and many more with over 20 research experiences.
Without any further ado, we would like to invite Mrs. Farah Wulandari Pangestuti to lead the last panel session of our conference today. Please give a round of applause to Mrs. Farah.
For Mrs. Farah, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the nice introduction for me, for the MC. And I just want to sit here. Okay, although this is the last of our sessions today, I think I would like to invite all of you to stay enthusiastic and to stay energetic to involve to our discussion today. And we are honored to have three distinguished speakers here in our last session in today's seminar. First of all, I would like to invite Professor Umar Burhan to come to the stage because he comes to here in person. Today we also have two presenters, who are joining with us online via Zoom platform. Professor Habib Ahmed from Durham University and also Dr. Marhaini Ahmad from University Malaya. But first of all, I would like to introduce our speaker to you. Professor Umar Burhan is a professor in economics department at Brawijaya University. He is actually my lecturer in undergraduate and also graduate degree in here. And his expertise is in the field of Islamic economics. He has authored many journal articles, books, and also book chapters. And his research interests are Islamic economics and microeconomics. I think, I will invite Professor Umar Burhan first to present this presentation, and then I will invite also those two presenters that are also joining us for today's session. Before we begin, I would like to say hello to our distinguished presenters, Professor Habib Ahmed, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so we also have today our presenter from the University of Malaya, Dr. Marhaini Ahmad.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore
Ya,
semua.
Waalaikumsalam. Ya, selamat sore. Okay, yeah. So our next discussion is about innovations in the perspective of Islamic economics. And without further ado, I would like to give the opportunity for the first presenter today, Professor Burhan. Thank you, please. And the stage is yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to the conference organizer that the time in order to share and to discuss the topic relating to Islamic social finance. Yeah, the title is not exactly the same as the organizer sent me, but the point just the same. Yeah. The point are similar. Next. Next slide. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about economic development, there is an issue about about efficiency and equity. Because frequently there is a trade-off between efficiency and equity. Let's take one simple example. Using the automatic and robotic machine and equipment will make that less labor, less worker. So it means that the using of automatic machine and equipment will increase unemployment. Because of this one, and then there will be a wider and wider gap between those who have much money or the haves and the have not. Okay, next. Next slide, yeah. You know that one of fundamental Islamic principle is justice. That's why, although Islamic economy takes account efficiency, but not at the expense of justice. So Islam tried to make a balance between equity and efficiency. In this occasion, let me discuss a little bit. One of the entry point of this justice is finance industry, is Islamic finance industry. Next slide. Yeah. Because the Islamic finance industry is relatively new, so there is a challenge, major challenge is how to preserve excellent services, because Islamic finance product try to penetrate the global finance industry who has been established. And also, it is important for Islamic finance industry to innovate product, but still in compliance with Sharia. Next. We know, all of us, I think, know that Islamic social finance are zakat, wakaf, Qardul Hasan, microfinance, and takaful, or insurance. Okay, next. This is the case in Indonesia, a case study of zakat and wakaf in Indonesia. The potential of zakat in Indonesia is very large. It is, the estimate is equivalent to 20 billion US dollar per annum. However, there is no real and reliable rate of zakat of the obedience of Muzaki because not all zakat are paid to registered amil. I think we know that in traditional society, community, there are still many Muzaki pay their zakat direct to Mustahik without any through registered amil. That's why it is not exactly known what is the rate of obedience. But I guess that the rate of obedience is quite high because you know that the Muslim community know that zakat is mandatory. Next. That's why to exploit this potential, National Zakat Amil Board or Basnas was formed by the government to manage and organize the collection and distribution of zakat. So our government, Indonesian government, try to involve in zakat management. That's why the government formed what is called Basnas, and the main function of this Basnas is to manage and organize the collection and distribution of zakat. And Basnas not only in the level of national, but also in the region, and also other than Basnas, there's also private zakat unit for the collecting zakat and wakaf. Next. Distribution of zakat by registered amil. We are not very exactly know by non-registered amil yet. But through registered amil is education, it is approximately 15%, health 7%, social humanity 52%, dawah 13%, and business 11%. We know that from this allocation, we know that most of the zakat was for social humanity, but it's very, very small, only 11% is for business. Okay, next. In order to encourage collecting zakat, infak, and sodaqah, Basnas also launched digital technology. And also Basnas developed information management system of zakat. It's called Simba. Okay, next. If we talk about innovation is mean that new one, relatively new one. Here in Indonesia, the relatively new innovation in zakat are productive zakat and profession zakat. What is productive zakat? Zakat is used not only for consumption, but also used to empower the mustahik. Because we know that mustahik is maybe does not have skill or education in order to develop business. That's why it is necessary for Basnas or Amil to supervise and train mustahik, so that zakat that is received by mustahik, not all is consumed instantly, but some will be used for economic activity. It's used to start business and so on. It is expected that maybe after several years, the mustahik will be converted to musakir. This is the idea of productive zakat. And then profession zakat. Profession zakat is actually just the technique of collecting. In some state and private institution, they collect zakat every month, direct from salary, employee salary. Normally, the rate of zakat is 2.5%. And then this collection of zakat is accumulated until 1 year, and then will be evaluated whether Muzaki have to add some zakat or not. Next. However, this innovation, I mean productive zakat and profession zakat are not widely accepted because lack of information and socialization, and second, the doubt about Sharia limitation. It means that many people ask whether productive zakat or profession zakat is legal or not with respect to Islamic Sharia. Next. Next, we talk about wakaf. The potential of land wakaf are 55,000 hectares. And the potential for cash wakaf is approximately 180 trillion rupiah per annum. Yeah, there is an effort for some writers to estimate this one here, because it is almost impossible to know exactly what is the amount of the potential. So they just to estimate this one. Next one, next slide. Then productive wakafs are in the form of land, buildings, equipment, and or cash. Actually, cash is also new innovation. Next. And wakaf is used for education, healthcare, housing, and business. Next. Now, the relatively new innovation in wakaf are cash wakaf, cash wakaf link suku, insurance link wakaf. What is cash wakaf? Cash wakaf is wakaf but in the form in cash, not in asset, not in fixed asset. It is relatively new, but more and more is used, collected from cash wakaf here. Why the idea come to make cash wakaf? Because cash wakaf is more flexible compared with fixed asset wakaf. Because if we want to make wakaf, we have to some quite high value of fixed asset, land, building, and so on. But cash wakaf, you can pay just a small amount of money. Let's say $10 US, you can make cash wakaf just for $10. But it's impossible to buy asset with $10 for wakaf. So this small amount of cash wakaf is collected and then will be managed and used. What is cash wakaf link suku? So there is a suku or Islamic bond. Yeah, suku is Islamic bond. So income generated from this suku, some is used for cash wakaf. Yeah. So you know that suku generates some income, profit and loss sharing instead of interest. And this income, part of this income is allocated for wakaf, the cash wakaf link suku. And the next one is insurance-linked wakaf. What does it mean? It means that from wakaf, there is also an income. We give to rent the asset, and then we get some income, and part of this income is used for takaful or Islamic insurance. Next one. That's why there is effort how to increase cash wakaf because of the advantages that I mentioned. The first one is simplifying the procedure, because one is reluctant to pay cash wakaf if the procedure is complicated. The second one, direct visit to wakaf, the person that want to pay wakaf. Innovation of cash wakaf instrument like suku, cash wakaf link suku, or insurance cash wakaf. Improving the management of Nazir, among others, is how to train Nazir in order to manage the business, economic activity using wakaf. Number 5 is wakaf literacy. Yeah, because you know that there are still many Muslim that does not enough information, enough knowledge about wakaf, especially cash wakaf. Next. We believe that the unknown potential of wakaf is great, rather than the known potential of wakaf. That's why the realization of wakaf is believed is small, is low, because the first one, low use of digital channel. Yeah. If we follow the progress of technology, digital technology, we have to use this digital channel in order to pay wakaf. Yeah. Like using mobile banking, ATM, and even in marketplace. The second one, the lack of integration of national wakaf data. Okay, next. So to solve this problem, the low rate of wakaf, wakaf can be paid via various electronic banking and non-banking service, such as marketplaces. Second one, wakaf information system was developed by BYE. BYE is National Body of Wakaf, Indonesian Body of Wakaf. Next. The last slide is just some effort developed by Widya Stuti et al. I have read the journal. That's why to develop what is called integrated model of Islamic social finance. Yeah. So it is integrated between zakat and wakaf to coordinate, to integrate. And they're finding that integrated model is 12% is more efficient than the non-integrated model. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of my presentation. I hope that I know that it is not satisfied enough, but at least give some additional information about Islamic social finance in order to make a justice and equity in economic welfare. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. Now for the second presenter, Professor Habib Ahmed. Professor Habib Ahmed has an MA in Economics from the University of Chittagong. I'm sorry, Professor Habib Ahmed is a professor from Durham University Business School in the UK. And he has authored more than 90 papers and publications, which include articles in international referred journals, books, chapter in books, and other academic papers, monographs, and also reports. Some topic of his research include Islamic microfinance, legal and regulatory issues, risk management and corporate governance, and implications of Islamic law and economics, institution in organization. I would like to invite Professor Habib Ahmed to come to the virtual stage.
Thank you very much. I'll just upload my slides and then.
Okay, I should remind you that your time is 20 minutes for the presentation, and then, yeah, okay, thank you. And I will remind you if the time is approaching. Thank you.
Okay, I think that will be good. First of all, I start by thanking the organizers, Dr. Indri, to invite me to make this presentation. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all of you in Indonesia. I was asked to present my presentation on financial inclusion and Islamic social finance, prospects and challenges. The good thing about this presentation is that it follows what Professor Borhan has mentioned. So in some ways, there are some things which are covered by Professor Borhan. What I'm planning to do in my presentation is actually look at Islamic social finance instruments and how these can be used to provide financial services. So in my 20-minute session, I will first introduce you to some financial inclusion and financial gap information and concepts. Then the second part of my presentation will be on Islamic social finance, look at status, prospects, and challenges, and also have a few slides on the way forward. Now, when we talk about financial inclusion, we try to understand what it means. We can think it in terms of looking at the household sector and the business sector as the two key sectors in the economy. And these two sectors, they need financial products and different types of functions which financial institutions perform. So we can categorize these services or products into four key categories. One is mobilizing resources, asset management. So it gives opportunities for the economic agents in the economy to save. Then this money is then allocated by the financial sector into different sectors. So allocating capital and financing is the next function. And one of the key functions which the financial sector provides is managing risk in terms of insurance, for example. And of course, the other one is they help us in payments and transfer services. Now, if you look at the two sectors, and we can divide them into two groups, the poor and the non-poor in the household sector, and business sector, the micro and small enterprises, and the medium and large firms. The financial inclusion part is the part which is shown in red, where the financial sector as a whole is not able to provide financial services to these two groups, the poor in the household sector and micro and small enterprises in the business sector. So when we're looking at financial inclusion, we are basically looking at financial services to provide it to the poorer household in terms of savings and investment products, consumption loans and other financing for the household sector, poorer household sector, insurance against negative shocks, and payment services. Similarly, for the micro and small enterprises, they should also have saving opportunities and financing for fixed capital and working capital, insurance against negative shocks, and also payment services. Now, if you look at the latest data by World Bank Findex, we see that the blue one is the overall status for financial institution account for different regions. Now, it is interesting to see that the Middle East and especially the Arab world, their financial inclusion when measured in terms of financial institution account is the lowest. Actually, it's even lower than the sub-Saharan Africa. The amber color in the middle, it shows the account held by the poorest 40%, and the gray shows the account held by the richest 60%. So the key thing is we see that in the Arab world, the financial inclusion seems to be the worst, and one of the reasons of this may be due to religious and cultural reasons, which I'll talk about in the next slide. Similarly, when we look at the money borrowed from a financial institution or nowadays a mobile money account, again, we see that the Arab world and the Middle East performs the worst. Even as I said, it performs worse than sub-Saharan Africa. Now, I have some data for Indonesia. I just wanted to emphasize that micro, small, and medium enterprises constitute a very important sector in the economy. And this is taken from an ILO report, which shows the number of different types of firms in Indonesia, what is the share in the GDP, and also what is the employment contribution by this sector. So we see that 99.99% of the total firms in the country belong to micro, small, and medium enterprises, and they contribute 57% to the GDP and contribute to 97% of the employment. Now, this is very important because if this sector is not financed, then you're basically not financing a very important part of the economy. Now, this is again taken from World Bank and IFC report. It's a bit outdated, but I think it gives us an idea in terms of the financing gap of the micro, small, and medium enterprise financing. For the developing countries, 128 developing countries, they estimate in 2017 that the financing gap was $5.2 trillion annually. And for Indonesia, the same report shows that the financing gap in 2017, which the micro, small, and medium enterprises face, was 165 billion or close to 166 billion US, which during that time was 19% of the GDP. So the financing gap is significant, and this indicates that there is a very important role which the financial sector and the social sector can contribute to. Now, in terms of why there's a financing gap, we can look at the economics of microfinancing. There are two reasons given in the literature why the poorer sections of the population and micro and small enterprises are not financed. The first is on the supply side involuntarily. That means the financial institutions want financing, but the financial institutions do not provide this financing. And this is due to different reasons. There's acute asymmetric information problem, which basically increases the risk. So the banks, for example, or financial institutions, they cannot assess the risk of the firms. And then you have a lack of acceptable collateral, high transaction costs, for example. And then, of course, there are also this financial exclusion due to voluntary reasons. I mean, even if financial institutions or even if the financial services are available, some of the households and also the firms, they may not go and get the financing because, for example, it is contrary to their religious convictions. So what this means is that in Muslim societies, when we are thinking of financial inclusion, we all not only have to look at the supply side issues in terms of increasing the number of increasing the services to the poorer sections and the micro and small enterprises, but also they should be Sharia compliant so that the households and the firms which are not availing financial due to religious reasons can get them. Now, in terms of approaches of inclusive finance, we can think in terms of commercial and social. Commercial approaches would include economic motives, so you're trying to serve a market and make money out of it. And of course, because we're talking of the poor and micro enterprises, there may be some social reasons to provide services also, and this would be to create social impact. Of course, we will see that you can have combinations of commercial and social. You can have models of inclusive finance, where you're combining both commercial and social aspects. Now, one of the key things in providing financing to the poorer sections of the population relates to the fairness and affordability. Now, the way the conventional financial system is structured, the pricing model basically is based on risks. So the higher the risk, the higher the costs of financing. So what that means is the richer you are, the lower the cost of financing, and this is in some ways not equitable. So the poor, they pay what we call a poverty premium on financial products, which is in some ways not fair. And I've just given you some latest data from UK, where they found that because of COVID and also after the Ukraine war, the cost of the overall costs have increased. 5.7 million families among the poorest 40% had around 14.2 billion pounds of debt, which translates to 2,500 on the average per family. And the annual cost of this debt is close to 3.9 billion, or 680 per household, which actually translates to on the average of 27.2%, which is a very, as you see, very high rate. Now you may ask why it is so high, because when you're poor, as I said, you cannot get financing from banks, so you go for alternative sources, and unfortunately a lot of these alternative sources charge very high interest rates. So there is a need to provide fair and affordable financial services to the poor. And this brings us to the next part of our topic. I hope I can finish it within the time given. Now, when we look at social finance, we have to define what social finance is. If you look at the scale here, on the right side, we have the traditional investing, which is purely for profit. And on the left side, we have traditional philanthropy, donations and other things, which is purely for social purposes. And then in the middle, we have this range. So the social finance will include traditional philanthropy, investing for impact. So you have like a waqf, which is basically investing for impact. And then you have investing with impact. That means there is a combination of commercial and social objectives. And then, of course, we have the SRI. Now, when we look at the Islamic finance, social finance, we can actually define them as zakah and sadaqah belonging to the traditional philanthropy and investing for impact. And of course, waqf also falls under that category. And then we have Islamic microfinance, impact financing, social and green financing. So all of these elements would constitute Islamic social finance. Now, the key problem is that since the topic of my presentation is inclusive finance, we see that unfortunately the Islamic microfinance is a very small part of the total microfinance provisions. Is less than 1% of the total microfinance provision globally. Now, that means that we have to think in terms of zakah. Now, here I'll go very quickly because Professor Burhan has covered some of the things which I want to cover, but I'll just give you some perspectives. Zakah potential globally is estimated to be close to $3 billion annually. And if you think of this size, it's a huge amount. The total development assistance which was given out by OECD member countries in 2021 was $179 billion. So that's a huge amount. The other issue about using zakah for financial inclusion purposes is that we can only use it for specific heads, which includes the poor, the needy, and the indebted. So in some ways, we can use zakah as a social finance, because as the poor and the needy, and also those who are indebted, they can benefit from it. Condition of zakah is, of course, that ownership must be transferred to the recipient. The issue about tamlik, and this implies that we have to come up with innovative ways in which zakah can be used. For example, microfinancing. You cannot use it for microfinancing in terms of recycling the funds. You have to integrate the zakah with microfinancing, coming up with innovative models which can create impact on the poor. Now, in terms of the current status, the impact is marginal in terms of Islamic social finance, and partly this is due to lack of sound management. In some countries like Indonesia, I think the government have taken initiatives to create or increase the impact of social finance, but in a lot of other countries, this is not the case. Waqf potential, again, there are various estimates. Global waqf can be up to $1 trillion. Actually, a study done by IRTI showed that the waqf value of in Indonesia was $60 billion, which means that an income of $3 billion at the rate of return of 5%, $3 billion can be extracted from this waqf property and used for social purposes. Waqf is more flexible than zakah. The waqf deed determines what can be used in. So if the waqf deed says that it can be used for microfinancing, there is opportunities for waqf to be used in microfinancing. Now, the other Islamic social finance instrument is Qard Hasan. I think sometimes we forget Qard Hasan. That Qard Hasan, I think, is a very important financing instrument. Qard Hasan has been mentioned a lot of times in the Quran, and it is, in some ways, if you think of a loan from financing, Qard Hasan is an appropriate instrument, but it needs to be institutionalized. Nowadays, what is happening is that Qard Hasan is done probably at a personal level. We don't know what are the numbers and figures, but it is a very powerful instrument which can be used for microfinancing. So there are different models suggested in the literature about how to use these Islamic financial instruments for microfinancing and financial inclusion. Some of those were covered by Professor Borhan. So I'll just mention them. For example, cash waqf can be used for microfinancing. Then you can have microfinance institutions based on awqaf and zakat. And then you have the linkage models where the returns of waqf are given to microfinance institutions as capital to do business. The issue, the last two slides, the issue about achieving the potentials of Islamic social finance. As we saw, the potentials in terms of collections are huge. And if these are collected and used, it can create a huge social impact. But they are not realized because of different reasons. I've identified here some: lack of institutionalization, governance and management issues, misappropriation and misuse. And this mainly relates to waqf assets. And then we have constraints to increase revenues, efficiency in terms of costs of operations relative to disbursement. The issue about zakah and awqaf organizations is if you're inefficient, you're using a lot of money for operations, then you don't have enough money to give out for social impact. And effectiveness is to examine the impact of beneficiaries. Now, 2 and 3 here, governance, management, and misappropriation. These can be solved by having appropriate regulations. And when we look at 1, 4, 5, and 6, for these we need innovative solutions. So in terms of innovation, unfortunately, we see that innovation in Islamic finance is very marginal. They use what we call reverse engineering. What that means is they look at what conventional finance and conventional banks are doing, and they try to replicate that. What we need is actually innovative engineering. The approach of innovative engineering is very different. You try to solve problems, you try to look at the needs in the economy and try to fulfill those needs. So it probably requires what we call an entrepreneurial approach to solve problems. But currently what Islamic finance is doing is mainly replicating the conventional.
Okay,
so we can
sorry
think
to-
of innovations in terms of products and organizational structures. Again, when it comes to products, again, Professor Borhan had mentioned some of the innovations. For example, WACC certificates and integrating zakah and microfinancing. These things need to be looked at. And within microfinance and inclusive finance, we have to come up with appropriate products for savings, financing, insurance, and payments.
Okay, sorry,
Sometimes when you think
Professor.
of innovation, yes,
Yeah,
just
I have
one
more.
slide, and I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
And then one of the things I think when we think of innovation, we just think of products. Innovation is also about organizational structures. And I have here an example of a very interesting innovation in Pakistan. It is an organization called Akhwat. They provide microfinancing based on Qard Hasan. So they basically don't charge anything on their loans. And it is a donation-based structure. So to get loans from Akhwat, you basically need 2 guarantors, and they will provide you. And most of the interesting thing is that they do the transactions in mosques and churches. And the numbers here show that it has been very successful. If you look at the growth, the branches has grown significantly. If you look at the amount disbursed, it has actually doubled every 2-3 years. And now currently, I mean, the latest information I have, they have actually been able to provide Qard Hasan loans to more than close to 5.5 million. Now, this model challenges the traditional views. When the founder of this organization, Dr. Amjad, he goes out and talks about his model, people tell him this is not sustainable. And his answer is, look at the numbers. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. I think that's my last slide. I just went over a minute. I'll take questions at the end of the presentations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Professor Habib Ahmad, for the insightful presentation. And now we come to the last presenter. Our last presenter is Associate Professor Datin Dr. Wan Marhaini Bintin Wan Ahmad. Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Waalaikumsalam
Am I-
warahmatullah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes,
Oh,
yes,
alright,
clearly.
great.
So, Dr. Wan Marhaini Binti Wan Ahmad is an associate professor at the Department of Finance, Faculty of Business and Economics, University Malaya. She has been a member of Sharia Advisory Board for a few local Islamic financial and corporate institutions, and her research interest is Islamic finance, wakaf, zakah, and personal finance behavior. I think without further ado, I will give the stage to you, Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me to share my thoughts on this topic. Talking after 2 great professors is quite challenging, in fact, but I'll try my best. Right, let me share first my slides. All right, I hope everyone can see my slides now.
Yes, yes, it
Okay,
is clearly
great, thank you.
seen.
All right. I was given this topic of how Islamic economics and finance shaping future development of global ethical financial services. Right. It is a challenging topic because you sort of like you have to predict how our Islamic economics and finance can, help with the development of global ethical financial services. Predictions involving solid things are hard enough already, and predictions involving, unconscious behavior for me shall be harder, in fact. But I'll try my best. And the thing is, when I look at it, how best to predict, how Islamic ethics basically are going to shape future global ethical financial services. How best is to look at it is to predict is to look at how our Islamic ethical value has, slowly been becoming evident in the Islamic financial industry. And in the case of Malaysia, especially as a dual banking system, a country that adopt a dual financial system, you can see that some of what we are doing, our ethical value, the Islamic ethical value, slowly has been gaining, recognition by the counterpart, which is the conventional financial industry. But before that, let me first introduce to you a little bit about, what is actually Islamic ethics, all right? Now, of course, when we are talking about Islamic ethics, because we know that our religion basically the knowledge for our religions is derived from basically starts with the Arabic language. So ethics in Arabic is commonly referred to as akhlaq or adab, all right? Now, both terms actually carry the same meaning as they refer to human actions that are based on Islamic moral philosophy. Adab is the actual conduct which reflects this moral philosophy, whereas akhlaq, which is in plural, are the qualities and characteristics of the soul which unconsciously inspire this adab, meaning akhlaq is the qualities that are inside us, and when we have this akhlaq, then in our mannerism, which is our actual conduct, which is adab in this case, it will appear in our adab. So when we are talking about, being ethical in commercial contracts, right? Adab is the actions of following the terms and conditions as agreed. So when we look, and akhlaq itself is the underlying quality. So if you follow the terms and conditions as agreed with your counterparty, then the underlying quality here is honesty, which make the contracting party observe the terms. This is akhlaq, right? And of course, being ethical in economic activities are where we adopt moral values that are present internally when making economic decisions. And when we are talking about Islamic economic system, being an economic system that are based on moral values, then in every bit of our Islamic economic decisions, our akhlaq is already internalized in it, behind all the principle, in fact. Now, before we look at, as I said, what I'm going to do is to share with you how these Islamic ethical values becomes evident in the Islamic financial services industry, right? Let me introduce a little bit about how Islam perceives ethical conduct. And from here, we can understand why, when we are talking about Islamic financial services industry, why, to become Sharia compliant matters, right? Now, the teaching of Islam, as we know, are founded in the Quran, and Sunnah, cover three main aspects, which is, of course, faith or our aqidah, rules, which tell us what we should do and what we should not do, or basically known as Sharia laws, and ethics and morality, which is akhlaq. Now, central to these teachings is the Tawheed, which is the belief in one God. And a believer of Islam, okay, know that when he said that he believes in Islam, he must fully submit to this one God, which is Allah, in all forms of activities where the goal is to achieve mardatillah, or perfect contentment with Allah's will or decree. Therefore, in Islam, okay, it is essential that there exists harmony between having faith, observing Sharia laws, and rendering moral conducts. A person who declares himself as a Muslim but refuses to follow the Islamic laws or ethical conduct is yet to be considered as a complete Muslim. Okay, faith must be accompanied by righteous deeds and morality to secure a Muslim success and peace in this world, basically the falah, and an entry into Jannah in the afterlife. Islam teaches that, okay, a strong relation with God leads to virtuous conduct, right? And in one of the saying in the Quran, which clearly say this is in Surah An-Nahl, for example, which the Quran says, or Allah says, God enjoins justice and right judgment in all matters, and devotion to doing good and generosity to its relatives. And He forbids you indecency, wickedness, and vile conduct, right? He exhorts you repeatedly so that you may reflect and be mindful. So basically, the Quran is made very clear that, in your conduct, then you have to do good and to avoid not the vile conducts, for example. Sharia laws and ethics, we can say, have a symbiotic relationship. When a disciple of Islam commits to Sharia laws, it shall compel him also to be ethical, because both, are sort of like ingrained in each other. When you comply to the laws, and automatically you are already actually being ethical, because internalized in the laws are already the akhlaq element, right? Now, so the code for living in Sharia laws, which guide Muslims as what we should do and we should not do, has already been fully framed with ethical values. And these laws, right, that guide us, how we should interact with Allah, with God, with our own self, and with other people's, are full of moral instructions. So I've listed over here a few comments from the Quran and the Sunnah, which contain our Islamic ethical values, right? So everywhere in the Quran and Sunnah, such commands for Muslims to not only do good, but also to forbid evil actions are, you can find it easily everywhere in the Quran. So it's no wonder that Imam al-Ghazali posited that Islamic teachings teach the soul to behave well, do what is good, and guard against vices. Islamic ethics is the assimilation of ethics and morality in both faith and conduct. Meaning to say, if you have a strong faith and fully observe the Sharia laws, your conduct shall reflect this Islamic ethics and morality already. So in the Islamic financial services industry, all right, this Islamic ethical value, which are initially, as I've said just now, are initially in the Islamic teachings, all right? So the Islamic ethical value, which are there in our Islamic religious teachings, have been embedded in the Islamic financial institution services, products, and operations. These values also have been instituted as the Sharia regulations, i.e. these values has been put as, part of the rules and regulations for this Islamic financial services industry. And they must, this Islamic financial services industry must also comply with these regulations, and these values as well have become the core values of their governance framework. So, meaning to say, Islamic financial services industry as of today, the Islamic ethical value has already been internalized, not only in their products and operations, but it has become part of the regulations and part of their governance framework as well. Now, let me share with you some of these ethical conducts where we can see that this ethical conduct has been internalized in the modern Islamic financial services industry. What I'm going to share with you are basically what happened in, some of the products and operations of Islamic banking institutions, which happens in Malaysia, because I'm more familiar, definitely because I'm more familiar with what happened in Malaysia. Not saying that, in other Islamic financial services sector, Islamic ethics are not being implemented, or in other countries it's not being implemented. I'm not saying that, but what I'm sharing is just simply from the Malaysian Islamic banking industry. Right, we know that one of the main Islamic ethical value is, we have to be fair and we have to be treating everybody equally. And we know that Islam also allows all who can accept rights and perform responsibilities, okay, whether they are Muslims and non-Muslims, male or female, regardless of social class, whether you are rich, whether you are rich or poor, who you are, from what race or ethnicity and geographical background. Islam allows each of these people to participate in commercial contracts. So there is no, double standards or different social class. Say, if you are poor, you cannot have an access to open an Islamic banking account, for example. So in Islamic financial services industry as well, you can see that everyone can access to these services. Of course, there are certain conditions that you have to fulfill, based on what particular financial services that you want to have. But in general, everyone can have an access to Islamic financial services. And what more, everyone can actually offer Islamic financial services. So it is not a surprise, for example, like in Malaysia, we have UOB Bank, we have Hong Leong Islamic Bank, we have Public Islamic Bank, which shareholders are mostly non-Muslims. So it is not only exclusive right for Muslims to offer Islamic financial services, right? The only exclusive rights for Muslims are when it pertains to Sharia decision-making, such as being a Sharia committee members who advise the bank, the Islamic banks, to come up with, whether to identify or to determine whether a product or operation is Sharia compliant or not, or some of the staff who, whose task is to decide on these matters at the bank as well, all right? Now,
okay. Sorry to interrupt, Doctor. Maybe I forgot to remind you that your presentation is 20 minutes, and now you have 5 minutes more time
left.
to finish. Okay, thank you.
Oh, 5 minutes more left. All right. Now, there are many actually, examples. So maybe I shared with you another 2 examples because of the time, but for the rest, you can read it, right? Say, for example, imposition of ta'weed on defaulting customers, right? This one is where the banking institution, Islamic banks in Malaysia, for defaulting customers who defaulted their financing payment, they will charge a 1% penalty as a disciplinary measure. All right, so compared to the conventional counterpart, which charge a higher rate, and then what more, the rate that they charge is a compounding rate. This one is very much fair to those defaulters who are normally people who have trouble to pay. Then when you check, the 1% charge is actually more or less reflect the actual cost of recovery that which was faced by the Islamic financial services providers. So basically, it's fair to both, not punishing the defaulters and at the same time becoming fair as well to the Islamic financial services providers. The third bullet, the second bullet over here is where this is a new, almost a newest resolution by our Sharia Advisory Council of Bank Negara, which did not allow, in the case where Islamic financial institutions want to, offer restructuring and rescheduling of financing to customers who have trouble paying their financing. So when they want to offer this R&R financing to the customer, they should not capitalize on accrued profit, i.e. the amount that they should, offer in the second financing for R&R should not include accrued profit in it. So in this sense, it's much more fairer to those who do not or are not able to pay for the financing on the first place. Now, other manifestations, as you can see here, is Islamic ethics of where truthfulness and fair dealings should be evidence in your Islamic contracts, and where in the Islamic banking industry, integrity now has become a compliant culture, where we know that, when you comply to Sharia, when you comply to other regulations, automatically it is you becoming, having or practicing integrity. And of course, Islamic ethical, values as well, emphasis on social interest and sustainability. Okay, in Malaysia, what we have what we call as value-based intermediation, which was introduced only for Islamic banking institutions. All right, where when these Islamic banks want to offer their products and services, they must make sure that their products and services and how the bank actually operates as well must consider positive and sustainable impact, not only to the economy, but community and environment. As you can see from these two diagrams, you can see how much of what the Islamic banks contributed or activities under this Islamic banking industry in Malaysia. You can see that the financing that they given to the underprivileged, like Asnaf, for example, for the orphanage, public health and education, and to provide financing for affordable housing schemes, for example. There are many more. Right. I think Islamic social finance as an ethical value of Islamic financial industry is very much clear. Right. Over here, I've given a few examples of what Bank Islam, Maybank Islamic, and Bank Muamalat has offered in the industry. Right. If you look at the Bank Muamalat 1, for example, they have already introduced cash wakaf, where the bank, together with the State Islamic Religious Council, previously cash wakaf or wakaf is collected by the mosque by themselves. But now the banks comes in, and the banks is the one that promote and help with the collection of cash wakaf. And what more, the bank will every quarter they will come up with a report on what actually they do with the collected wakaf, and providing transparency in that sense. All right. This iTekat is another Islamic social finance initiative by Bank Negara. As you can see over here, the focus of the government's ITECAT is where the governments will provide matching grant. If the Islamic banking institution provide, say, 10 million worth for microfinancing, then the government will provide a one-to-one matching grant of worth 10 million to the bank to be offered to the underprivileged or the SMEs or whatsoever. Right. Now, why actually Islamic ethics? We can say that Islamic ethics will impact the future global financial services industry. It is not a surprise actually, because Islamic ethical values are actually universal values, and universal values where, in Islamic financial industry, this universal value has been internalized in their commercial activities. So, when people interact, when people participate with the Islamic financial industry, they can see that these ethical values, are in the products and operations. And that, of course, will be very, very attractive. And if, especially in a double banking financial setup, if one side is doing it, then the other side, of course, if one side is doing something very good and the society is perceptive towards it, then the other party will scramble to offer the same thing as well. All right. And of course, Islamic ethical values, all right, always recognize the benevolence towards the public rather than self-interest. And as I've shown to you all just now, there are many, we can see that in many examples already how Islamic financial services industry, does not concentrate on making money only, but they have incorporated values in their commercial activities, right? Now, I have to share this because this is, a guidance just fresh from the oven. Actually, this morning, Securities Commission Malaysia introduced the first Maqasid Sharia guidance in our Islamic capital market. And if you look at the guidance, the aspirations under this guidance, you will look at all of these are, Islamic ethical values, all right? And these Islamic ethical values shall guide how our Islamic capital market, will function in the coming future. As a takeaways, what I want to say is this, okay, ethics and values are endogenous in our Islamic economic system. It's already, you cannot take it out. It is ingrained, it is incorporated in the Islamic economic system. And Sharia compliant economic and financial conduct has already embraced these Islamic ethical values, right? But to make sure that this value become, known, all right, we need a platform, all right? Because if not, the Islamic ethical values shall remain as unconscious behavioral qualities. So the best platform is, of course, for Islamic financial services provider to become the platform showing, showcasing the goodness of these Islamic ethical values through Sharia compliant culture. And the best way is to make these values as part of the financial services conduct. And these can be achieved when the presence of the Islamic financial providers is strong and systemic. And in the case of Malaysia right now, for our Islamic banking industry, our Islamic banking assets has already attained 44% of the total banking assets in the country. So we hope to surpass the conventional banking assets soon in a couple more years. And for the Islamic capital market, actually, we have surpassed the conventional ones since, I think, 2015. With that, I would like to end my presentation and thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Doctor, for the nice and insightful presentation. And now I would like to come to the Q&A session. Is there any participant who want to ask? Okay. Is there any? Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you. Please.
Okay, maybe in Indonesia, Prof. Oke, kita tahu bahwa potensi dana sosial kita cukup tinggi ya, Prof. Cuma yang jadi persoalan itu pada tingkat trust-nya begitu. Kira-kira insight dari Prof untuk meningkatkan credibility dari pengelola ini seperti apa? Kira-kira seperti itu.
Okay, I will take that first. Who do you want to give the question to? Sorry? To Prof. Umar, to Prof.
Prof. Umar.
Okay, to Prof. Ruhan. So, yeah, can you please say your name? Hitsal, okay? Okay, yeah. There's a question from Mr. Hitsal that the social fund is high, the social fund is huge, but our problem is the trust, Prof. Trust, kepercayaan. Yes. Yes. And how to overcome with that, or how is your insight leading to that questions? Hitsal, Mr. Hitsal.
Hitsar. Okay. Thank you very much, Hitsar. Yes, I agree with you that the potential is very high, quite high, but the realization is very low. Why? Because as you mentioned, that the trust is low. The question is how we can increase the trust to this social institution like Amil, Basnas, and so on. There are just two key points. The first one is transparency, and the second one is accountability. Yeah. Transparency means that what the institution work manage is open to the public, probably by publishing regularly the amount of social finance received and also how to distribute this social fund. Yeah? So transparency. And accountability, I mean that what this social institution manage has to be responsible. He is responsible to the, of course, to the fund, what do you call it? Fund payment, fund payer, maybe to Muzaki also Wakaf. Yeah. I think that's all only two key in order to increase the trust to this institution. Yeah. Of course, the technique of transparency and accountability, varies from institution to institution. Yeah. But I think with the present digital technology, this is easier compared to in the past when we have not familiar with IT, information technology. For example, in the past, people in the village area maybe don't know what is the price, market price of commodities in the market. But right now, I think they know by smartphone, by Facebook, and so on.
Okay, thank you. Is there any comment, Mr. Hitzal? Or maybe any questions to other participants? Okay. Actually, our topic here today is related, yeah. So, from Professor Habib Ahmed, we know that financial inclusion, and also the social dimension of the Islamic social dimension is also important. And also from Dr. Marhaini, we also know that the ethic is the value that internalized to our Islamic economic system. So I think if the ethic here is implemented, that there is no trust issue. But I think, yeah, this is kind of in a theory, but in reality, yeah, I think it is different. Okay. Yeah, because of the time, I think I would like to thank to all of the three presenters, Professor Umar Burhan, Professor Habib Ahmed, and also Dr. Wan Marhaini for the insightful and nice presentation. To end the session, I would like to conclude a bit about the presentation. First is about the innovation of the social Islamic Islamic finance. Yeah, it is about cash wakaf, which is really easier for us to do wakaf. And also the financial inclusion is very prominent for the development, and the Islamic social finance like zakah, wakaf, sodakoh has the potential to become alternative to financial inclusion for form an Islamic finance. And the last one is the ethics or values are already internalized to ourselves because it is indigenous to our Islamic economic system. So it has huge potentials in shaping economic in the future. Last but not least, I would like to close with my own conclusion, just one sentence, that for any of our problems right now, I think the solution will come from the perspective of Islamic economics because this is rahmatan lil alamin. Yeah, thank you. And I will return to the MC.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Farah, for leading the last sessions of our conference today. For the presenters, and also Mrs. Farah, you may have a seat.
We would also like to express our gratitude to all the panelists who have shared their insight and knowledge with us today. Associate Professor Datin Dr. Wan Marhaini binti Wan Ahmad of University of Malaya and Chartered Sharia Advisor Malaysia.
And also thank you so much for Professor Habib Ahmed from Durham University, the United Kingdom.
Professor Dr. Umar Burhan, MS of Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia, and thank you, Mrs. Farah, for leading the moderator for this last panel session. Your contributions have been invaluable, and we appreciate your time and effort in making this conference an amazing success.
Ladies and gentlemen, who have sadly come to the end of the first day of the second day of BEFIC 2023.
We hope that you have all enjoyed all the insightful discussions and gained valuable knowledge from our distinguished speakers and panelists.
But don't worry, the conference isn't over yet. We have an exciting second day tomorrow, which will start at 8 a.m. in each room distributed by the committee for the parallel session.
Then, the event will continue with awarding ceremonies at 10:30 a.m. for Best Presenter and Best Paper in this venue. After that, we will also conduct the closing of this event tomorrow.
We hope you enjoy your following day following this event. We will see you again tomorrow.
I'm Ejen Ramaputra Masih.
And I am Nazira Mustakila. That's all from us today.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Recording stopped.